Hello, everyone. Surprise! Hey, bot, don't you have an assignment to do? So check this out. Fucking Lydia stole my haircut. Lydia had the nerve to steal my haircut. That's not what this stream is about. We're just waiting for people to shuffle in because this is a surprise stream and I didn't tell anyone I was going to be doing it. But while we're waiting for people to stroll in, can we all just marvel at the fact that Lydia fucking stole my haircut? I found out about it just by accident because I was setting up this stream that we're doing right now, and I happened to catch a flash of this thumbnail, and I was like, who the fuck does she think she is? Who does she think she is stealing my haircut? This will not go unaccounted for, Lydia. I demand a charity boxing match to decide the true owner of that fucking haircut. And Bot is spamming the chat right now to demand that Lydia agree to meet me in a charity boxing match being consensual violence that everyone agrees to determine the true and rightful owner of that haircut. Plot twist, her aggression towards you is because she's had a crush on you. Well, basically every lesbian ever has had a crush on me. Lesbians find me irresistible for some reason. I don't really know why. Well, no, I do know why. It's because I have that fucking haircut. That's why. Maybe Lydia wanted that sweet lesbian action. I know she just got married. I'm making a fucking joke, okay? It is a joke. Don't take it seriously. None of this is serious. Charity boxing match is a joke, unless Lydia really wants to accept a charity boxing match, and then it's going to become real. But until that point, it is a joke that people should laugh at. What an interesting way to intro the stream we're going to do, which is actually a serious stream. But the timing is just interesting. Some might argue that I'm bullying Lydia by talking about a charity boxing match. But like I said, a charity boxing match is consensual violence. It is agreed upon voluntary violence that benefits charity. Like, I don't know why people get so up in arms about the idea of a charity boxing match. Like, it's not like Lydia has to agree to appear in a charity boxing match just because she stole my haircut. It's not like she has to. She can say no. It's not required. That's why it's consensual. It's voluntary. But if she doesn't, I will shame her forevermore. And Lydia will forfeit her ownership of the haircut. And she has to cut her hair. Actually, you know what's funny is the reason I'm wearing so many hats right now is I'm actually growing out my hair. My husband asked me to try growing it out. It's in a really awkward stage of like awfulness, which is why I'm wearing hats all the time. So maybe this will already be decided. Maybe I will have the new haircut by choice, and then 3 years from now, Lydia will steal that haircut too. All right. Oh no, they're gonna make fun of Lydia for her weight and her haircut. Make no mistake about it. They have absolutely made fun of Lydia's weight, and they will absolutely make fun of her for that haircut. They 100% will. This is not what this stream is about, though. That was just an interesting timing thing that happened. So guys, we're here because where is my screen? I didn't know I was going to do this stream today. I was kind of feeling it out. It's been something I've been thinking about doing for a while. So as you guys know, well, some of you know, maybe not all of you know, I have been dealing with like really intense bullying in like the content creator space for the last 2 years. Like really, really badly. And it's been really bad for the last year. Like really, really bad. Like we're talking every single day of my fucking life for the last year. If you guys have seen me have emotional breakdowns, which I've had publicly in some cases, because I do actually think there's value in expressing emotions publicly. I think there's a lot of value in showing people that it's all right to have emotions, that it's okay to have ups and downs and highs and lows and goods and bads. I think that that's something that we should normalize, to be honest. I'm a little woke in that aspect of it. Not really, but, like, I do think that we should show human beings that it is okay to be human beings. I think that we've lost a lot of our humanity in the past several years, and I don't think expressing emotions are bad, but there have definitely been occasions where I've expressed emotions, I've been sad, I've been angry, I've been frustrated, and a lot of times that people have seen me, break down, especially in the last year, has been a result of the ongoing, incessant, never-ending bullying that I have been experiencing from several people who I will not name in this stream because they don't fucking deserve to be named. But if you're on Twitter, you know who they are because it has literally gotten to a point with the bullying where, in order to try to keep some semblance of sanity in this situation, I literally started a Twitter game where every single day, if they don't talk about me, they get a point. If they do talk about me, they reset to 0. And what I'm trying to do is get one of them to at least 30 days without talking about me so that they can break this addiction that they have because I literally have a mob of people that is addicted to bullying me and harassing me every day of my life. These people are the people that were responsible for me getting permanently banned on Twitter for a month until I finally got them to overturn the ban. These people constantly, every day of my life, try to deplatform me. These people have privately reached out to many members of my community lying about me. These people have tried to break up my marriage. These people have actually tried to break up other people's marriages and blame me on it. These people have doxed 2 of my friends. They've doxed my friends just for being friends with me. They have sent massive shitstorms into the lives of people that have nothing to do with this space, nothing to do with the internet at all, like, that just because they're friends with me. They actively harass people that support me to try to get them to stop supporting me, and it is constant. It is ongoing. They do not stop ever, and there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do. Well, I could sue them for defamation, and I have consulted defamation lawyers, and that is actually a possibility, at some point. The reason I haven't is because I'm pretty sure that one of them is baiting me to try to get me to sue him for defamation. I don't know why. I suspect he wants to use daddy's money to try to cost me a lot of money in suing him, knowing that he personally has no money, and so I would never be able to recoup the expenses that I would spend on a defamation lawyer. But he would spend daddy's money on a defamation lawyer, but daddy wouldn't be held accountable for his judgment against him, which I would absolutely win. I have filed police reports against them. One of them I filed police reports against in multiple countries. Like, it's no joke. Like, it is absolutely no joke. Um, I think I'm in a pretty good place with it now, but there have absolutely been times when I have not been in a good place with it at all. And to be quite frank, seeing the support that these people get in bullying me has been one of the reasons I'm just like, I want nothing to do with this fucking content creator space at all. That's been one of the reasons my content has changed so drastically, and I've been trying to really, really focus down on a niche audience because I want nothing to do with any of these people. People, speaking of Lydia, people ask me why, like, all the time that I haven't been on Timcast or, like, won't go on Timcast, and part of the reason is, like, I've never been invited. Well, I was invited twice, and they canceled on me twice, but, like, I don't think I'll be invited, and even if I don't think it's in my best interest to go, and that has nothing to do with them at all. It has to do with the fact that I constantly put up with this bullshit. Now, some people might say, Carlin, why don't you just quit all this stuff if it's really that bad? I've thought about it on many, many, many occasions. I can't even tell you. There have been days where I haven't wanted to get out of bed. I've hated this so much. It has gotten really, really bad at times. The reason I haven't quit is that every time, excuse me, the reason I haven't quit is that every time I talk about quitting publicly, I get so much support from people telling me how much I help them, telling me how much my work means to them, telling me the impact that I've had on their life. And so where I've kind of come to in the situation is I have always thought that I was vaulted down this path for a reason. I didn't know what that purpose was. I think everyone has a purpose. I think some people's purposes are public. I think some people's purposes are private. I don't think any is better or worse than the other. This is not a value judgment. But I do think there was a reason that I ended up in this position. And I know that I am really good at helping people. Not everyone, because I'm not the right person for everyone. I'm not the right coach for everyone. I'm not the right teacher for everyone. And that's okay. Different people can have different teachers. But I do know that for a certain niche segment of the population, I am a really good teacher and I'm a really good coach and I know how to inspire people and I know how to break down things that are complicated into making them pretty easy to understand. And I think that that's really important. And I said it in my book, Actively Unwoke, and I meant it. I really do think that we are in a cultural revolution in this country. I think it's everyone's responsibility to speak up and fight back. And if I've been blessed with having a platform on multiple websites, not just on YouTube, but on Twitter, on Locals, on Gab, on Odyssey, on Rockfin, on Rumble, if I've been blessed with having this platform that allows me to speak to thousands of people every single day, then I have an obligation to use it and to use it to try to inspire people to do something about this cultural revolution because it's not going to fix itself. And one of the things I said in Actively Unwoke is that if you'd ever wondered what you would have done during the civil rights movement or in 1930s Germany, what you are doing right now is what you would have done then. And I've thought a lot about that. I really do believe it's that serious. I think it might be, I really do believe it's on that level. I really do. I'm not saying we're gonna have a Holocaust any second. I don't believe that's what it is, but I think the severity of the situation, I think that, the scale of the situation is really bad, and I don't want to look back on my life and know that I quit when things got hard. I wanna know that I did something. I at least tried to do something, and maybe I fail entirely, and maybe I am written out of history because the other side wins, and by the way, if the woke left win, we're all gonna be written out of history, and ain't no one gonna know about us. Um, but I wanna look back on my life and know I tried, like, in my spiritual belief system, it's a little bit like Defending Your Life. Do you guys know that movie Defending Your Life from the '80s? It's a great movie. If you don't know that movie, you should watch that movie. It's an awesome movie. But in Defending Your Life, it's basically like you die and you go somewhere to look over your life and you're judged for what you did in that life. Did you have courage? Did you speak up? Did you succumb to fear? And I don't believe that death is exactly like that, but I think it's a little bit like that. I don't think they're gonna send you back or, like, make any sort of, like, value judgment about what you did, but I do think that when we die, we do have a life review. We look back on our life, we say, "How did we do? What did we learn?" I don't think there's any judgment of, like, you led a good life or, like, a bad life. I don't think that that exists, um, which has gotten me in some trouble. But I do think you look back on your life, and so one of the things I do think about when I'm in situations that are hard is when I die, I have my life review, how will I feel looking back at the decisions I made and what I did? And I think that sometimes I would feel really great, and I think I've made some mistakes. I think everyone makes mistakes. I mean, that's part of what life is. No one spoiler alert, guys, no one leads a perfect life. So, I keep up with this because I think it's a path that I'm supposed to be on for some reason. I don't know what it is. And I think I have things to share with people. And I know I have an audience that's receptive to those things. But sadly, for me, part of the deal is that I have to deal with bullying every single day that I do this. And so there have been a few times when other content creators have spoken up about bullying. And Lauren Southern was one of those people. Lauren Southern was the first content creator that I remember, I mean, maybe there's another one and I just forgot, but Lauren Southern was the first one that really documented, like, some of the hell that can exist in this space for people doing similar things. Now, Lauren Southern and I are very different people. We're on different paths, we're doing different things, but so many of the things that Lauren Southern said in her amazing documentary, and if you haven't seen it, you need to watch it. She is a wonderful filmmaker, but they resonated with me so deeply. I can't even tell you. I was ex and I did a series of 3 reaction videos to that whole documentary. I think I made a playlist on the channel. You can probably find it by going to the main page on my channel, but I definitely made a playlist. Um, and it really just I was she I even reached out to her and sent her an email and I said, "Thank you for doing this," because with so many things that Lauren Southern said in her documentary, I had experienced them too, and I thought I was the only one, and I thought it was personal to me, and then I heard this woman saying, "The same thing happened to me and my friends too." And it was really impactful, and it really did make a difference, and it really it gave me, at a time when it was really, really hard for me, her documentary gave me strength to keep going, and that's the truth. I might not be sitting here doing this right now if it wasn't for Lauren Southern and her documentary. Did she respond? Yes, she sent me a very nice note. She did. Um, and so it meant a lot. And I'm really grateful that she put it out because if she's not the only one dealing with it, I'm not the only one dealing with it. There are probably other people dealing with it too. And so my community, actually, a member of my community brought this to my attention, and it's from LawTube, LegalBytes. And LegalBytes, I guess, I don't know, when did she post this? When did she post this? When was it? Oh, I guess I can't see. Hang on, let me see. Let me take it back to default view. Maybe that'll give me the date that she posted this. I think it was relatively recently, wasn't it? It was. Still not telling me the date for some reason. Anyway, so LegalBytes, who I don't watch. I don't watch I don't know that people know this. I know my locals members know this. I don't actually watch other things on YouTube. She posted on Thursday. Thank you, Boom. I don't watch other content creators. Okay, I sometimes watch like I watch a lot of like royal things, like River. Oh, I love River. If anyone knows any River fans in the chat, like shout out. But I don't watch other content creators mostly, and I don't watch LawTube. And like the only reason I know who LegalBytes is I remember her from Nick Rekieta streaming the Rittenhouse trial, and I remember that she was on it. And I didn't feel either way about her, to be really honest about it. And so I truly have like no idea who she is other than I know she does like LawTube stuff. I have no idea what she's about. But a member of my community posted this video in my community, I guess after she did it, um, it's called Dealing with Bullies. And they said, Carlin, someone else is experiencing bullying just like you have, and you may want to watch this. And I thought, well, I do want to watch it, but I want to watch it with friends. I want to watch it with friends, which is why I'm doing a stream to watch this with friends. And I want to understand. I don't have any context for this other than it seems as though what I understand from this is that she got backlash because people didn't feel like she came out strongly enough in favor of Nick Rekieta, who I don't know him either, by the way. Like I think he's fine. I don't really know that much about. I don't watch this stuff anymore. There's reasons I don't watch this stuff. I don't like getting I do enough batshit crazy things. I don't want to get pulled into more batshit crazy things if I don't have to. Boom says she is very dishonest about the facts of the situation. Well, Boom, and you know I respect you, Boom. You know I do. I know but I will say that a lot of people have said that I'm very dishonest about the facts of the situation as well, when I sure as shit know I have not been dishonest about the facts of the situation. A lot of people, how many videos are there of people on YouTube calling me a liar when I'm like, I was there, motherfucker. I know what happened and I know what didn't happen and I know what was said and I know what wasn't said and I know what was a joke and I know what wasn't a joke. So, I don't know anything about this. I really don't know anything about this. But I wanna hear her perspective. And so I hear people saying she's trying to bait, she deceptively edits. Maybe. That may be. So if you have a counterpoint to what she's saying, then let me know about it. But this is the video that I was given, so this is what I have to work with. And it seems like some people in the chat, like, agree. I don't know. I have no I am not taking anyone's side, okay? I'm not taking on anyone's side. I just want to know what her experience is. And if people have a counterpoint, then I'd like to know what that experience is. I've had clips deceptively edited of me all over the internet. So if she's deceptively editing clips, I certainly don't condone that. But I do want to know what her experience is. And so that's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to watch this and I'm going to talk to you about what I think and how I perceive it. And I'm reasonably good at sniffing out bullshit. I'm pretty intuitive when it comes to bullshit. So maybe I'll pick if there's bullshit in the video, maybe I'll pick up on it, but most of you in the chat probably watch way more of this stuff than I do, so you might know more about the situation. So I will be looking to the chat to provide me with additional information. If you think she's not being honest, then tell me. I'm open to hearing it. I'm not taking any side. I don't really care. Don't really care. Except I care in the sense that I want to know what her experience is. And I want to hear her side because, again, I have some experience with this. And that's what we're going to do. Bot says mount the like button, Cult. Yes, Cult, please mount that like button for me. I would appreciate that. Hang on, guys, before we get this started. Okay. I'm just trying to find my YouTube studio. Hang on. I have way too many windows open. Where the hell did my YouTube studio go? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. It's on my other window. There it is. All right, guys. So we're gonna watch this, and again, let me know in the chat if there's anything. I just want to make sure I have this set up right for the sound. Hang on. Chrome tab, share sound. Okay. Old Dog New Dog says, you're one of the people that helped me step up and step out. I did. And today I agreed to another event or workshop in December. So there, yay! I love that, Old Dog New Dog. Let us know what you're doing. So I don't see a link, but if you have something that you want to send me, then DM it to me on Twitter. I'm Dr. Carlin B on Twitter. If you're not on Twitter, then I don't know, we can figure out another way to get it to me. But if you have a video that you want me to watch that's like a counterpoint, let me know. But I'm not taking any sides. This is the video that was shared with me by a member of my community. This is the thing I want to react to. This is what I'm starting with. I have no context of any of this. I don't watch LawTube. We're going to do our best, guys. Okay? Let's get started.
Hello. So, looks like some folks saw my tweets. I always thought that calling out people on the internet.
Well, hang on. So hang on. We might have a lot of pauses. The issue writ large wasn't that she didn't specifically back Ricada. The issue was that she didn't back free speech and right over wrong when it came to his banning. So I'll say this, like, I have been accused on multiple occasions of not respecting free speech because I block people on Twitter. There have been multiple videos made about me where people are like, she blocks people on Twitter. How dare she? I cannot tell you, at least once a week, if not several times a week, I'm told that I don't support free speech because I block people. And that's just not true. voluntary association is a thing. And so I don't know what context why people are saying she doesn't support free speech. I will also say that like I'm going to be honest, I didn't say anything about Nick Rekieta's banning. Not that I thought he should have been banned. I don't think he should have been banned. I don't think anyone should be deplatformed. I really, really don't. But, like, I didn't come out and much for it either. You wanna know why? Because when I got permanently banned on Twitter for reporting a school violating state law in New Hampshire, ain't no one had my back. I had to fix that situation myself. So, unless she unless okay, if she flat out stated that he deserved it, and there's evidence of that, and I want evidence, I want an actual tweet or an actual clip, then I might have a different opinion. Because I don't believe that people should be deplatformed, generally speaking. There may be exceptions to that rule, like, if they're blatantly violating the law or they're really calling for, like, violence against someone, then I might have a different opinion about it. I might be like, "That person needs to be that person needs a fucking timeout." Um, Maybe not banned for good, but certainly, like, a timeout and, like, a toll, like, "Don't do that shit again." So, I don't believe in deplatforming at all, but I also can understand different perspectives on that, you know?
Was total BS
Yeah, and so
because it's
and so here's where we're gonna get into some trouble because Jenny's saying that she specifically said she didn't agree with it, and so I don't I don't know, I'm not taking sides, but Boom is saying she said he deserved it, and Jenny's saying she didn't, and so this is where I think a lot of things are gonna become a little confused, and I just want people to know that I'm not taking a side, I don't really care, but Rekieta was banned the last time for going after Keffels, then his followers tried to get him disbarred, then he read a letter on his live stream and showed names. Well, so here is what I suspect may have happened. Here's what I suspect might have happened. And I've certainly done this. I said this about Alex Jones. I think that Alex Jones, in regards to the Sandy Hook stuff, was an absolute moron. What he did was so stupid. And he should have known what was gonna happen. Now, does that mean I support the judgment against him? No, that's bullshit too. His whole trial was bullshit. Well, trial, whatever the fuck that was. The whole thing was bullshit. The judgment was bullshit. But should Alex Jones have damn well known better? Alex Jones was incredibly careless. Incredibly careless. And so I actually don't, and this might be an unpopular opinion, I actually don't feel that sorry for Alex Jones, mostly because he should have known what was going to happen. Not because I support the judgment, not because I support the decision. I think those things are bullshit. I think those things are detrimental for all of us. But Alex Jones, more than anyone else, should have known what was going to happen. And so if she said something like that, like Nick Rekieta should have known better, that's actually a very adult response. I don't know if that's what happened, but that might be what I think would happen. All right, let's try to get a little bit. You guys can have some feelings in the chat, and I don't mind you having feelings in the chat. But let's watch a little bit of this and see what's what.
totally schoolyard. It's not my style. It's not what I like to do. And there are people saying that what I'm doing is too schoolyard. But when it happened to me, people seem to be okay with it.
I understand
It's all
that.
stupid. And I agree that it is. But if there's anything that I've learned about the internet in the last 6 months, it's that you can't just try to duck your head and hope that bullies are going to go away. That's not what happens. Clearly. Thing is, they go dormant and then they wait for another opportunity to come at you.
That's true. Holy shit. That is so true. That is so true. Carrie Smith did that to me for fucking a year. For a year. Now, Carrie Smith has gone totally off the handle with me now. She talks about me like every other day. But for a year, I said I wasn't going to name names. I lied. Carrie fucking Smith is one of the people bullying me. She has a show. If you don't know who she is, it's for the best. But Carrie Smith did this to me for a year. Carrie Smith, we're coming up on the 2nd year anniversary of when Carrie Smith started bullying me. It was in October of 2020 this bitch started bullying me. And every once in a while, she would pop her head up and do something crazy and write something crazy about me, and then she would go dormant for a while. And then something would happen on Twitter, or like I would break some story on Twitter, or I would go viral on Twitter for some tweet, and Carrie Smith pops back up again and says something crazy about me to take advantage of the news cycle, and then she goes dormant again. And then same thing, couple months later, I go viral for something on the internet. Carrie Smith pops up. Here are all the reasons I hate Carlin, and Carlin is a bitch. Every single time. And the things I would be going viral for would have nothing to do with her. It would be something completely different. But there she was, talking about how I'm a horrible person, spreading lies about me all over the internet. So I absolutely do understand that. There was absolutely like a period where there was like dormancy, and then boom, dormancy, boom, dormancy, boom. And now she talks about me like every other day. Fun times. It escalated. Let's just say that. It escalated. Carrie Smith has an undiagnosed dissociative disorder, is what's going on. She thinks I'm her abusive mother. She wrote a whole fucking essay about it. It's so ridiculous. Anyway, let's keep going.
I want to note first off, super chats and all monetization are turned off on my channel. I want to make that very clear. This is not about monetization.
Should always monetize
This is
the haters.
about
that was her first mistake. You should always monetize the haters. There is nothing the haters hate more than monetization.
standing up to people that are talking a lot about me and are welcome to come join me. But let's be clear.
Well,
people are saying things.
Hang on. RJ says, I don't have a problem with her, but she burnt her bridges. The guy is mad trying to help her. Listen, again, there are people out there that say the same thing of me. There are people out there that say exactly the same thing of me when I was not the one that started this bullshit. I responded when I was being bullied, and then people are like, Carlin, why are you such a bully? I'm like, I've been bullied for fucking months for these people, and I respond once, and all of a sudden I'm the bully. So I say that to say that there are two sides of this. I don't know what the other side is either, but I absolutely understand when people can mischaracterize what's going on because I've been on the receiving end of it.
But are they true? I feel like we should go through that. Let's start with Andrew. I'm going to start by just letting him do the talking for himself. How about that? So this all started when Nick got booted off of YouTube. He got booted off of YouTube and people were saying this is about free speech. Was it really about free speech? Was it about free speech? I don't know. Let's see. Let's talk about what happened. Nate was on Andrew's channel, called him out for basically trying to shame people and calling for people to unsubscribe to people's channels. This is what he had to say.
Right now, there's somebody saying, hey, Nate's being based as fuck, right? Someone said that. But some said, Cynthia also sent $5, said, Andrew, you call for people to unsub, stop denying. And I read it, right? Even if it's bullshit, which Cynthia, that's bullshit. I did not call for the unsubbing I did not say unsub until after this fucking kerfuffle, right? And by the way, I didn't call for a mass unsubbing. I just said, if you want to unsub, right? Go ahead, unsub. If you don't like them, then unsub for the content. And by the way,
listen, that's kind of bullshit, man. Even with people like Carrie Smith, who, if Carrie Smith ever wants to take me up on my offer for a charity boxing match, I will be there in about 3.5 seconds. I will fly anywhere in the world that Carrie Smith wants to have a charity boxing match. I will pay for that shit myself. But I have never told people to unsubscribe from her channel. And I never would. So if people are telling other people to unsubscribe from people's channels, I'm sorry, that's bullshit, and I don't really care what she's done. Because again, like, I've had some heinous shit done to me, but I've never told people to unsubscribe from anyone's channel. What I have said is like what you like. I don't really care. It's none of my business who you watch. It's none of my business who you support. Even with like, there were people in my locals community when Deb Fillman stabbed me in the back who came to me and said, Carlin, should I leave Deb's community? And I said, do what you want to do. I don't care. Like, it makes no difference to me who you're subscribed to, who you watch. It's like, I'm trying to focus on what I'm trying to do. But I do think it's absolute and total bullshit if people, for any reason, are calling for others to unsubscribe from other creators. It's unnecessary. Why does it matter to you who's subscribed to who?
Being a
People
lawyer, you're being a
Nate,
lawyer. That's
Nate.
lawyering right there.
No,
That's
but Nate,
lawyering.
Nate, but I told them to unsub from me. I said, if you don't like this content, if you don't like me, unsub right now. I called for it on that stream. I said, unsub from me. If you don't like this, if you think I'm lying, you think I'm full of shit, unsub from me right fucking now. I don't want you as my sub. If you're gonna be bitching about this sort of stuff, if you have a problem with my take, or if you think it's bad, all these people.
Okay. When he's talking about a kerfuffle, he's talking about the live stream where I had Rick on my channel and I had Kurt on my channel. And we talked about Nick getting banned. And we talked about saying, we said, we gave our support. We said, I don't know what has happened with this strike. I don't know what has happened with him getting banned. And we said, but it sucks. I said, he has gone through a lot of years of blood, sweat, and tears of building up a channel, and I hate to see that taken away. So, what day did that happen on? So this was yesterday that he went on that Andrew said this. So just for everyone's understanding, to make sure that the timeline is correct here. This happened, this conversation. The date is not showing up. This is on October 6th. You guys want to go and find the live stream. You can find it. There's a date on it, October 6th. But so is it really true? Is it really true that what Andrew said, that he called for unsubbing? Oh, he didn't call for unsubbing, but he said people should unsub if they want to because of the things that Rick and I said, because of the ways that we comported ourselves, because of the lack of support that we gave to Nick. Is that really what happened? Let's take a look. This is before October 6th. Shit. Hang on a second.
So I'm saying it right now. Put my money on this right now. Put my fucking money on this. Anybody who is in LawTube or calls themselves in LawTube, particularly those that came on Nick's show, that streamed with him, that were there grifting off him, particularly back in the day, particularly if they were during the Rittenhouse era, or maybe they just became famous and popped off during the era of Amber Heard. Doesn't fucking matter. Anybody who came on that stream, who came on his platform, and they gave him a voice, they grew their channels, they grew relatively big, right? And if they are not covering this, if they're not supporting him, they are full of shit. You should unsubscribe from them. I'm going to say it. Nobody else is going to say that. I'm going to fucking say it. If you are a guy who follows Ricada and you see somebody else, another content creator, and they're not fucking supporting him right now, you should goddamn unsubscribe. I'm sorry. That's my personal.
I'm sorry. Boom. I know you're saying she cut it out of context, but to me, that's pretty clear. To me, that is pretty clear that he did tell people to unsubscribe. Now, he may not have said her by name, but I'm going to bet that the people in this particular community knew exactly who he was talking about. No one is under any obligation to cover any content or any story. No one's under any obligation. There could have been any number of reasons. And again, I don't know what she said. I'm really doing this blind. I have no idea what she said. But what I will say is there could have been any number of reasons that she didn't talk about it or maybe didn't come out in as an overt way. And I see people in the chat saying he didn't say that. He literally did, guys. Like, I just saw it. I just saw it. He did say that. And to be quite frank, I think that calling for anyone to unsubscribe from anything is underhanded and low and stupid. Why does he care who people are subscribed to? Why does he care who people watch? Even when I have been livid at other content creators, I have never once, and I challenge anyone who doesn't believe this to find a single clip. You can find clips of me yelling. You can find clips of me shouting. You can find clips of me crying. What you will never, ever, ever find a clip of me doing is saying, you should unsubscribe from them, because it's never happened. It's never happened. So, like, I don't understand why he would do that. It just makes no sense to me at all. And if she was one of the people that he was targeting with that, I absolutely understand why she would have been pissed, because there are any number of reasons why she may not have wanted to cover that. Maybe she didn't know what happened. Maybe, like, she's a lawyer, right? So maybe she had no idea what happened. And again, I'm not on anyone's team because I don't watch any of these people, but like, if you're a lawyer and you don't know what happened because maybe you're doing things like that are not on YouTube and you're not paying attention to every detail because you're doing things that are not on YouTube. And it's like, what, like, how, like, I don't know why he got banned. What did he say? That would honestly be my first question. Like, when Gabrielle Clark got banned on Twitter this morning, I was like, what did she say? And then I found out she called someone a hoe. And I was like, you should have fucking known better. I still defended her. I don't think she should have been deplatformed. But I was like, you should have known better. What the fuck? So I can understand, like, why, like, you know? Exactly. I say watch who you want, and I never say unsubscribe from anyone, no matter how ridiculous they've gotten. So I don't think that what he said was that defensible, if I'm honest about it.
I'm not gonna fucking hold back. All these other people, they're like, oh, it would hurt your feelings. I don't want to anger the fucking communist cabal that's going on here. No, I don't give a fuck. A lot of them are faggots. I'm gonna say it right now.
What the hell? What the fuck is wrong with that guy?
This is what he said before Rick and I said anything
I don't like him
on my channel, on my live stream. He doesn't care if he is being a communist, is his words. In other words, he doesn't care about anyone else saying what they actually think.
I don't think her interpretation of that is correct.
This is what's happening.
Okay.
He does not care. Before I even have an
okay, I'm gonna throw a bone to the other side of this now. I don't think she's picking up on what she should act. I don't think that this is the argument that she should be making. I don't think that this is the argument that she should be making at all. It does. Boom. I agree with you on this one. It does sound like she's being intellectually dishonest. Now, but I think that what he said is bullshit. I am far more pissed off at him right now than I'm pissed off at her. I just happen to not think she's making a very good argument. Maybe it'll get better as she continues to talk. I don't know. But I don't think that that's a good argument. I'm not even the lawyer. I should have been a lawyer. I should have gone to law school. I almost did go to law school. Fun fact. But
opportunity to open my mouth to say what I actually think. I am under threat of losing subs. I am under threat that if I don't do what Andrew wants me to do, in exactly the way that I want him, that he wants me to do it, I will face consequences. Same thing for Rick. He may not have named me specifically, but let's be real. Do we have any idea who he's talking about? Who he might be referring to? He's oddly specific about who he thinks that should be listening to his message. And you can look at the subs right now. You can look at my subs. This is what's happening. This is the consequence of me saying actually what I think, of me saying approaching this the way that I choose to approach it. He doesn't care if he's being a communist here, guys. These are his words.
Now I'm going to say this, like, if people unsubbed from her because he told them to, like, those are viewers that she didn't really have in the first place. And listen, I've been on the receiving end of bullshit like this. Like, I remember in June of 2021 when those white identitarian assholes came after me, and then Ian Miles Chung started a campaign on Twitter to get people to like go after me, and Cassandra Fairbanks started a fucking campaign to get people to go after me. I lost like 4,000 subs in that. I think that's what it was. It's been a long time. But I lost thousands of subs because I didn't toe the line that the conservatives wanted me to toe. And it was bullshit. It was absolute bullshit. But looking back on it, like, did I ever have those people in the first place? No. And were they probably my audience? No. I mean, I think where I've come lately with this stuff is like, I want the audience that wants to be here. I don't particularly care about the audience that doesn't want to be here. I want the audience that wants to be here, that responds to my content, that likes my content. I don't want to toe the line for anyone. I don't want to stick to talking points for anyone. I want to say what I want to say. I want to think about what I want to think about, all that stuff. But like, I do remember what it was like to lose thousands of subs because a couple conservative influencers told people to, and it sucked. It was a mind fuck. It put me in a really bad place, to be honest about, because that was the first time that happened to me, and I don't think I would react to it the same way today. But like at the time, it was a really big mind fuck, and so I can completely understand that. But if people unsubscribe from your channel, like, don't worry so much about the numbers, because if they're unsubscribing from your channel because someone else told them to, then they weren't really your fans or your audience to begin with. And sometimes it's like about quality over quantity. There are so many times, I can't even tell you guys, there's so many times that I have been very, very blessed to have my channel grow as big as it did, as quickly as it did. Very blessed. I didn't have to go through the struggle that some content creators go through for years. But there is not a small part of me that kind of wishes I could go back and start over and build up from scratch again. Because I'm doing very different content today than I was in 2020 when the channel grew. I'm doing very different content today. And I want the audience to churn. There are people that subscribed to my channel like a long time ago that I'm just not the right person for them anymore. I'm just not. And that's not a good or bad thing. It's just like they subscribed to me because they thought that like I was a Democrat, that the conservatives won me over, but the conservatives never won me over, and I never said I was a conservative. And so it's like I have a lot of subscribers on this channel who are just not my audience. And that's okay. And there are times I really do wish I could go back and build up with people who are my audience genuinely, not people who subscribe just because there was a time when I said the things politically that they wanted me to say when they didn't stop to think that I was never a conservative, you know? So.
Doesn't care. This is not about free speech. This is about someone wanting to bully someone else, wanting to make someone else say what they want them to say in their way. And there's been a lot of criticism about the way that I said certain things. Things can be misinterpreted. Anything I say can be misinterpreted. That is true of literally anyone. folks talking about my facial reaction, how I'm smiling, how I'm laughing, you know, as I'm explaining this situation.
You know what?
You know who else was criticized?
I completely understand what she's saying there, because I remember when I was on a stream on a stream that I got really viciously attacked on Adam's channel. If you guys don't know why I had a falling out with Adam Quigler, I did like a 7-hour stream about it on this channel. You can look it up. It's like a 7-hour stream. But one of the things that they said was, so Adam, it had to do with like the white identitarian bullshit that I really don't want to get into again. But like when I was on the stream with Adam talking about this stuff, I started knitting at some point because I was so upset at the content that we were talking about that I just it was a coping mechanism. Okay, it was a coping mechanism, and now I knit all the time on streams. There was a time when I didn't knit on stream. Now I knit. I'm knitting right now. I knit all the time on streams now. I love knitting on streams now. It's great. But there was a time I didn't do that. And I started knitting on that stream with Adam where we had the big falling out. And there were people that were upset about it. Like, how dare she knit? She's not even listening. They were saying the most horrible things. And it wasn't true that I wasn't listening. As you guys no, I have muscle memory when it comes to knitting. I can knit and do almost anything. It wasn't that I wasn't listening. It was that I was about to cry and I was using it as a coping mechanism. And so I think that a lot of times this is another reason why I say, like, I don't think I would go on Tim Pool's show, because it has nothing to do with Tim Pool, has nothing to do with him at all. It has to do with the audience. As much as I might rag on Lydia, I do not like the way that audience has treated Lydia. Lydia and I have our differences. Lydia stole my fucking haircut. I'm not happy about it. Covered that at the beginning of the stream if you didn't see it. Stole my haircut. We have our differences, but where I will absolutely have Lydia's back is Tim Pool's audience has been fucking horrible to Lydia. They've been horrible. That's not a reflection necessarily of Tim Pool, but I don't want to put myself in front of that. I have no desire to put myself in front of that. Like, no. Why? So I can have memes made all over the internet talking about my weight? Like, fuck that. Why? And so I guess I'm saying that I understand how difficult it can be dealing with an audience like that. And it sucks. This is why I curate my channel. This is why I curate my chat. I want to keep it nice to everyone. By the way, if you're new here, you're new to my chat, you don't watch my channel often, we have 2 rules. Rule number 1 is don't be a dick. Rule number 2 is no whining. If you follow those 2 rules, you're going to be just fine. You're not going to get blocked or anything. But if you come into my chat and you're a dick, or if you come into my chat and you're whining, you're going to get blocked really quickly, because I curate my chat. I want to create an experience that's nice for people. But selfishly, I also want it to be a nice experience for me, you know? And so I understand the reaction she might have gotten, is I guess what I'm saying.
For making a certain face that turned out to be completely wrong was Nick Sandman. He had to sue the media for defamation so that they would stop lying about him. So as it turns out, my crime was my tweets. My tweets. I didn't show enough support in my tweets. Now, I think that the best way to talk about this is maybe to turn this into a little bit of a game. Maybe we can guess the difference between my tweets and other people's tweets.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Let's do it.
That's not the worst idea I've ever heard.
All right. October 5th, 2022.
Now, hang on.
Tweet. Why was Raquel?
Hang on. I want to acknowledge that I think this is a really good idea, because people read emotion into tweets. Sometimes it's not there based on whether or not they like the person that's doing the tweeting. And so I think doing like a blind review of the tweets is actually a really good way to demonstrate a point. I will say this though. She's being selective in what she's showing. I know I'm watching this going into it knowing that she is going to pick the most advantageous things to show for her. So I am positive in the chat that I'm going to see a lot of people saying something like, well, she didn't show this, she didn't show that, she didn't show that other thing. Okay, yep, fine, okay, fine. I'm acknowledging that. I'm acknowledging that there are probably things that she is leaving out and probably things that she included to make herself look good. She is trying to present herself in the best light that she can present herself. So I'm acknowledging that. God, fucking John Doyle on the Blaze. That kid gets, and like, well, I shouldn't say that. Like, he is very smart. He is very young and he is very smart. But man, that kid's gonna be dangerous. Like, mark my words, that kid's gonna be a fucking problem.
Law's YouTube channel nuked Team YouTube. The community will need and deserves a specific response to be sure that this was done in good faith and justifiably. This is a question. Oops, I guess I gave it up. This is Viva's tweet. He is not coming out wholeheartedly, full-throatedly for Nick Rekieta. He's asking questions. Clearly, he doesn't have the information. He's asking questions. Here's someone. Nick is no longer on YouTube, but he is still on Locals. Here's the link, and don't forget to share. Nothing about I support Nick. Nothing about Nick did nothing wrong. Nothing about I owe my life to Nick. This is Nate. Here's one. Woke up this morning to learn Nick Rekieta was banned from YouTube. If you don't know, I'm on a vastly different time zone. I know zero underlying facts, so I'm not going to opine now. Now, as in at this moment. Doesn't mean that that's not going to happen later. But I will repeat that I generally don't like even controversial people getting canceled. There's been a lot about this phrase, even controversial. Is he not controversial? Is he not controversial?
This is her tweet.
Maybe we'll see in a little bit someone saying that he's controversial, and it's not me. Anyway, here's a second tweet. Anyway, if you enjoy this content and you want to keep watching him, here's a link to his Locals community where you'll be able to see his stuff for the foreseeable future. And if you don't, then you can always abstain from clicking the link. There's nothing sarcastic in this tweet. Check it out.
That's hers.
That's me. I posted a link so that people.
I think that's a reasonable response. Now I absolutely do understand why people went at her, though. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it was fair. Here's the problem with content creator audiences. The bad ones, not the good ones. Listen, like when I'm talking about someone's audience, I want to be really clear about this because God knows this is going to get taken out of context anyway, but I want to be really clear about this. When I'm talking about someone's audience, who I'm usually talking about are the awful but vocal minority. So when I say like Tim Pool's audience, many of you watching right now are in Tim Pool's audience. You watch his show more than I do, certainly, because I watch it maybe twice a year. If there's someone that I know that's on, right? When I say Tim Pool's audience, though, I'm not being inclusive of absolutely everyone in his audience. I'm being inclusive of the awful but incredibly vocal part of his audience that tends to make the lives of people they are targeting a living, breathing hell for as long as they're reeing at them about whatever they're pissed off about. And so I would say the same thing here, right? Like, when she sent out that tweet, what I'm going to bet happened is that I don't think it starts her to be a woman, and I don't usually play the gender card, but I do think women get it worse than men do. I absolutely do. But B, people, if they're pissed off and they're outrage addicts, are going to be looking for any reason they can to get mad at someone. And so if she made it seem like she wasn't going to take a position, which she kind of did. Now, I don't think that okay, let me rephrase. That was not properly phrased. I take it back. She made it clear that she was not going to take a position right then because she didn't know what was going on. Okay? But in the land of Twitter, people read things in the most extreme possible way that you can read something. That small but incredibly vocal minority will not read fully what she wrote and will just take something and make an assumption by it because they just want a reason to be pissed off. And so I think that she maybe should have anticipated them doing it based on how she worded the tweet. And I don't think there was anything wrong with what she tweeted at all. And this is the problem, right? Based on what I've seen so far, she didn't do anything wrong. But she got a reactionary audience that went at her because they didn't like the wording of the tweet because they didn't read it and they didn't fully think about it and they just reacted in their outrage junkie state. Not her fault, but maybe she should have anticipated it because it's my impression that she has some experience in this whole game now. So she's been doing it for a minute, right? She's been doing it for at least a year because I remember her from the Rittenhouse trial. So she's got some experience in this. She probably should have known better. Probably should have been a little more thoughtful about the way she worded the tweet. But I don't think she did anything wrong. It seems like a nice defense.
People could go and watch him. This was in support of Nick to say, hey, he's not on YouTube, but he's trying something out on Locals and out on Rumble. Go check him out there. Here's someone. Yes, I just heard about that. I've reached out to Nick. Anything I can do to help, I'm happy to do. Does that mean Nick did nothing wrong? Does that say I support Nick wholeheartedly 100%? This strike is 100% unjustified. That was Andrew Branca, law of self-defense. Here's one, a quote tweet of Nate's previous tweet. Find Nick Rekieta here. Locals.com. Law of self-defense. So he did 2 tweets, just like I did. Here's another one. Hey, Team YouTube, Nick Rekieta is short, not very smart, ugly, wrong most of the time, and short. But he does not deserve to be banned from your platform.
That's a funny tweet. Who did that? I don't know who that is.
Tom.
But that was funny. That's a good tweet. I like Tom.
One more. Did YouTube take down Rekieta Law's channel because of apparently false reports? Did they take down his channel because of comments in the live chat, Team YouTube? This is a matter of concern, not just for creators and users, but shareholders as well. Please explain Rekieta's ban. Again, asking for information. That was Viva. So, just how different are my tweets from other people's tweets? How different are these from the others? And why am I the one that's getting called out here? Why is Rick getting called out here?
What did she eventually say?
Why is there a difference of treatment between me and these other guys? Is it because of freedom of speech? Now, there's been a lot of talk about loyalty. That I owe Nick my entire channel. People have said that. Nick has seemingly danced around that. And
hang on, I'm going to stop her right here. I don't know what she's going to say, but I want to say this because I've heard the same fucking thing. I have heard, and I heard this not actually when I posted my video about why I'm not going to do anything with Walkaway anymore, I overwhelming support. Overwhelming support. This was actually, and I was actually kind of surprised by this if I'm honest about it. I was expecting a lot of angry backlash, but I actually got an overwhelming amount of support and respect and thank you for everything you've done, and this is so horrible, and we like you love you and all that. I got an overwhelming amount of support. There was very, 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 very little negativity. But the negativity that I did get when I publicly said I'm not doing anything with Walkaway anymore was almost entirely to the effect of this. It was, "You owe everything you have to Brandon. How could you do this to him? He made you who you are today." And I was like, hold up a second. Hold up a second. Now, I'm not going to say that Brandon Strock did nothing for me because he did. I learned a lot from Brandon Strock. I learned a lot from being involved with Walkaway. I learned a lot. However, Brandon Strock did not build my channel. Brandon Strock didn't build any of my platforms. I built my channel and I built my platforms, and I did it by showing up almost every single day for the past 2.5 years. I have posted probably 1,500 videos on this channel in the past 2.5 years, and goodness knows I've taken it down a notch. For as much as people rag on me for Carlin streams for hours on end, I have actually taken it down a notch. I'm posting less content now than I ever have. But I was posting multiple times a day, every day, from February of 2020 until today. There have been very few days that I haven't posted content. There have been very few days that I haven't shown up. And that is why my channel grew. Also, I was lucky enough to be on a bunch of shows, and that grew my channel. But the very idea that Brandon Strock and Walkaway was responsible for my platform growing is absolute bullshit. And I'll give you an example of why. Because Mike Harlow was involved in Walkaway before me. Mike Harlow, the fame whore himself, who is the reason that I'm no longer doing anything with Walkaway, because I don't understand how in God's name Walkaway can support an absolute fame whore, do nothing, ever asshole like that guy. But if that's what Brandon wants, then fine. Mike Harlow was involved with Walkaway for at least a year before I was. Mike Harlow has done far more Walkaway events than I have. Mike Harlow has 6,000 subs. Maybe he's up to 10,000 now. I don't even know. Mike Harlow has 15,000 followers on Twitter. Mike Harlow has 300 people in his locals community. I don't necessarily think numbers mean everything. I really, really don't. I do not think they mean everything. In fact, like I said, I'm actually targeting a much smaller, more niche audience at this point, simply because I think that that's a better place for me to be in. But if it was if my success was entirely based on Brandon Strock and Walkaway, then Mike Harlow would be far bigger than I am right now. He would be significantly bigger. So it just makes no sense. So I'm sorry for anyone who's saying that Nick Rekieta made her. I'm not suggesting that he had nothing to do with it, because she's been on his channel, my understanding, quite a bit. I'm sure that Nick was monumentally helpful in building her channel, and it is a blessing when your platforms grow quickly. It is an absolute blessing. It's not a position that everyone's lucky enough to be in. But I really push back on the idea that any single person is a result of anyone else's success, because you can have the most popular people out there behind you, but if you don't show up, your stuff's not going to grow. You have to show up. Like I'm guessing, please correct me if I'm wrong, she's shown up. She's doing stuff on her own. Nick could have her on his channel all he wants, but if she's not showing up on her own, her channel's not going to do anything. And that's just the way it goes.
But you know what? Let's take a look at what Nick has previously said about what this community of creators owes one another. Let's do that first.
In this list, and people may misunderstand why. So I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why. It has nothing to do with the people in the LawTube group. I like all of them. I like them all. They're great. Couple, Runkle's in the chat. Robert Barnes in the chat.
Damn ads. Hang on a second. Give me a second, guys. Don't worry, we'll get to it.
All of these people are a collection of education, knowledge, and an individual charm that is valuable and interesting and worthy of, not one of them in the bunch that I, don't want to talk to from time to time. So it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with now I'm suddenly in a community that is deciding proper behavior of other community members and implementing multiple levels of punishment. Fuck off with that. I want nothing to do with that.
I agree with Nick on that.
Really fucking clear on something.
I
here.
absolutely agree with Nick on that.
Whatever DUI guy did in that courtroom pales in comparison to what I say every day and every single night on this show. It pales in comparison. He had a ooh face in court. It pales to what I do. So why am I not excluded from the group? This is the problem. Now we have a politics issue, a group politics issue, not a Republican Democrat. Now I've got a group politics issue. Why am I not kicked out? So I say to me, I kick me out because I won't be involved in kicking someone else out. I'm not their dad. I'm not their boss. I'm not their coworker. I'm me.
Listen, I'm resonating with what Nick is saying here, but I say that not actually knowing the full details of what happened. So I'm sure you'll offer me some opinions in the chat about what happened. But what I'm going to say is this, and this is more of a generalized take on this whole situation. One of the biggest problems that exists among the content creator space is essentially that everyone is cutthroat over people that they believe are their competition. And so there is so much politicking and snide shit going on behind the scenes and people talking shit behind each other's back. Now, I'm not a person who talks shit behind someone's back. If I have something to say to you, I'm going to say it to your face, or I'm going to tweet it, or any of that. I don't do this backroom politicking bullshit. I don't like it. I never have. And so how I see things, and I think the biggest problem is that everyone views everyone else as a competitor. Because people only have so many hours in the day, right? They can only watch so much content. And so if you have 15 different lawyers producing content around the same trial, well, of course, there's going to be natural competition for those views. But I guess how I view it is that I don't see anyone as my competitor. This is why it's perfectly, like, it's not an issue for me to say, I'm never going to tell you to unsubscribe from someone if I don't like them. I don't care who you're subscribed to. Watch what you like. It's not an issue for me to say that at all because I don't believe that competition is a real thing. I believe that every single person has an audience. There's more than enough audience for everyone. Every single person has an audience. And I'm not the best person for everyone, and so those people aren't in my audience. I'm a great person for some people, and those people are in my audience, and that's going to be true regardless of how many other content creators are in like the anti-woke space, right? So I don't view people as competition. I don't think it's a real thing. But a lot of content creators do, and they get incredibly cutthroat, and and this is where bullying oftentimes starts because they have their audiences go after people. They do all this backroom politicking bullshit. I don't like any of it. And that's part of why I have removed myself as much as I can from this explicit space because there's just so much nonsense that goes on that I don't like. And so what I hear Nick saying is he's basically like, I'm not doing this. Fuck you. This is not my style. And I respect that.
Me. And I know this is a roundabout way to tell you this story and to give you this advice. And I've seen people say, get on with it, whatever. You are you. And your brand is you.
So, in other words, folks shouldn't be policing one another. That was about the LawTube top 10 thing that happened. Now, that was back in May. He was willing to say, all of us are independent creators. No one should be telling one another how to comport themselves. No one should be telling another channel what they should be doing.
Hang on. I want to speak to something. So Skylark, and again, Skylark, I don't know who you are. You're not a regular in my chat. So I'm sure I'm sure you're like more into this stuff than I am. I don't know any of these people, but I wanted to speak to the point you're making and offer a perspective on it from a higher level. LegalBytes got it wrong twice, DUI guy, then Ricada, and instead of owning it, she doubled down. Her choice and viewers will decide. Well, yes, her viewers will decide, but listen, guys, if you're going to unsubscribe from someone every time they say something that you don't like people who do this thing on the internet, oftentimes, well, I guess I shouldn't speak for everyone. I'll speak for myself. Oftentimes when I say something on a stream, I'm thinking it out. I'm thinking out loud. And so I very well could say something on a stream one day and then come to a completely different conclusion the next day because the idea has marinated, it's percolated, it's matured. And so I might have a different perspective on day 2 than I have on day 1. But if you unsubscribe because I gave an opinion you didn't like on day 1, you're like, fuck that bitch. Like, how much stuff might you miss out on because you had an emotional reaction to me saying something you didn't like? Maybe like I've seen this happen. I've like had people that like will claim they're like, I've watched your channel for years, but I just can't get behind the fact that you're pro-choice or like something like that. They'll claim they watched my channel forever and enjoy everything I do, but it's one thing that got them. I'm like, dude, come on. And I don't think that people should be in the position of placating their audience. It's like, you have to give people room to say things that you don't like. If you generally find their content valuable, then maybe relax a little bit. Maybe relax because they could conceivably think something different tomorrow than they do today. And I will say too that like content creators are human beings, man. They are fallible. They are fallible human beings, and you have to allow for fallibility because if they were doing everything perfectly, all the time, then they're probably lying to you and probably grifting off of you. And yes, I've said several times, I don't know the details in the history of this situation, which is why I am speaking at a significantly higher level that is not related to the specifics of this situation. So I'm acknowledging that. But I am not, to the point I was just making, I am not going to stifle my opinion just because you might not like it. And if that's what you're expecting, I'm not the channel for you.
Doing with their voice. I wish Andrew had seen this clip.
Is there another video that you guys want me to watch?
But the thing about
related
Nick,
to
though,
this?
is
Let me
that
know. I'm open to it. Like I said, I don't know all the details. I don't watch LawTube.
the thing about Nick is that he will say that he has not said anything, that he does not require loyalty or fealty from people. And yet he'll do things like this. This is on his locals page. This is a link to the Law Nerds Clips clip.
That's awful. That's awful. That's awful. I'm sorry. That's awful. I would be a little pissed off at that thumbnail, I have to say. If someone did that to me, I'd be like, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. Now, I will say, again, like, and I meant this, and I kind of talked over her a little bit. If there is another thing that you guys want me to watch that relates to this entire situation, tell me. Well, so what? So what? So what if most people are not talking about it? Most people haven't been talking about the bullying that I've experienced for 2 fucking years. In fact, I get blasted every single time I talk about it. How dare you point these things out, Carlin? Why don't you just ignore it? Like, so what if no one else is talking about it? Why should that prevent her from saying what she wants to say? What other people are talking about or not talking about should have absolutely no bearing on what she chooses to talk about. It's her fucking channel. And if you don't want to see the things she talks about, then don't watch that particular video. Watch something else or unsubscribe. I mean, I'm not telling anyone to unsubscribe because I don't do that shit. But like if you consistently do not like her content, then go somewhere else. But if it's like one video where she's saying something that you don't want to hear, just don't watch that video. Like, I sometimes do videos about like spirituality on this channel that like no one watches. Some of my best videos, by the way. I think they're some of my best content. No one watches them because people didn't subscribe to my channel for the spiritual stuff. And I know that going into it. I know they're going to be lower viewed videos. I do it because it makes me feel good. And I like doing it. And I like talking about those things. But like, if you don't like my spirituality content, don't fucking watch it. But don't come into the comments and be like, I don't know why you're talking about this. Oh my God, like, how dare you? I didn't subscribe for this. Like, then don't fucking click on the link. It's really that easy. Okay, thank you. I will check my DMs, Anthony. Thank you.
An edited version of what I said and what Rick said.
I'm going to find I have like 15 DMs from you guys being like, you need to watch this.
So
we're going to be here
he
all
will
night.
post something like
I didn't
this,
anticipate this.
and then he will say, I never stoked the flames. I never stoked the fire. Nick is a very smart guy. He's a smart attorney. He's very smart on social media.
Hang on.
Someone like him.
Andrew, where did you send me the DM? Where did you send me the DM with whatever you sent me? Because I don't see it. Let me just check my other account. I have like 18 public Twitter accounts, so it is entirely possible that you could have sent it somewhere else. but I don't see it in my DMs, Andrew. So if you could, Andrew, if you could let me know what your screen name is, because sometimes if I'm not following someone, like the message just doesn't pop up. So if you could let me know what your yeah, the problem is that I have like 800 Twitter accounts. So I'm not seeing you in the DMs from my main Twitter account, Dr. Carlin B. But if you could let me know what your account name is, then then I can look it up and okay, and okay, let me just real quick, just sorry guys. I want to be respectful of everyone's time. I also just want to make sure I'm seeing this DM. Ant Damon. Oh, that's not not you. Guys, follow Andrew for hooking us up on Twitter. Oh. Andrew, I can't message you. Well, you have 0 followers. Andrew, can you follow me? And then maybe I can get into the messages. Because here's what's happening. Twitter is, and you can unfollow me later, I don't really care. Twitter is blocking me from seeing the messages because you have no followers and it's like a sock account and I'm not following you and you're not following me. So if you can follow me, then that way I'm going to be able to see the DMs and I'll be able to get into it.
Doesn't get into the kind of fights that he does and get as big as he does without knowing what something like this is going to do. But this idea that I owe Nick because I was on his channel during the Rittenhouse trial, it's silly. It's absolutely silly for someone else to require my loyalty because I appeared on someone else's channel. I am absolutely grateful for everything that came from that.
Well, hang on. I want to speak to something. Sorry, guys. I know we're stopping a lot, but you guys are saying things in the chat I want to respond to. So Darth says the meme makers are savage and Carlin would probably be offended a lot. It's not that I'm offended. That's not what it is. I'm not offended. I'm completely desensitized to it at this point. But what you guys have to understand is I'm 41 fucking years old. Like if I was doing this in like 20 years ago, we would be having a completely different conversation. But I'm 41 years old. I have built businesses. I've worked with some of the biggest companies in the world. I got thrown into this space unexpectedly, but I have life experience outside of this. And so I say that to say that like it's not that I'm offended at memes, it's that I just like it's like a colossal waste of time. And it's a waste of energy. And it's just like I look at that stuff and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? It's like the lowest form of human communication. Now, when memes are funny, they're great, but when memes are just attacking other people, I kind of look at them and I'm like, why am I spending any time doing this at all? Like, why am I putting any effort into this at all? So it's not that I'm personally offended. It's not that I'm like curled up in the corner crying. It's not that. It's just like I look at it and I'm like, really? Really? This is what I have to deal with? Really? That's what it is. And when it happens over and over and over and over, it's like, and I don't think and I tend to have like an audience that skews older, which I'm so thankful for. But I think a lot of people like that watch this stuff, they do tend to be younger. And I think that this isn't a knock on anyone. Like everyone has a different timeline, right? But I think that people who are in their 20s perceive things very, very differently than people who have been around the block a couple of times. And you're going to look at something very, very differently than I would look at it. I just think they're a big waste of time and a big annoyance and an energy suck. That's all it is.
And, you know, yeah, I did get a boost from that. So did Joe. So did Andrew. So did Nick. A lot of these guys did. Everyone that showed up on that channel showed up and ended up gaining from it. Just because someone gained from it, does that mean that that was their motive for getting into it? Are we really that cynical that we're going to look at all of these people and say none of them were actually interested in looking at in actually covering the truth of this trial, that none of them were actually interested in being a part of something that was clear to
That's why I like
everyone
you,
was
Vampire
going to
King
be
Darkness.
potentially revolutionary in cutting through the mass media's BS on this subject. Is that really what we're doing? We're narrowing everyone's motives and intentions down to just trying to get subs. I can't speak for anyone else, but that certainly wasn't my intention.
Oh, I'm totally feeling her right now. Actually,
I'm supposed to owe Nick.
I'm gonna rewind this a little bit because I was kind of screwing off a little bit and I wasn't paying attention. And she's saying something that's really resonating with me right now. So
None of them were actually interested in looking at in actually covering the truth of this trial. That none of them were actually interested in being a part of something that was clear to everyone was going to be potentially revolutionary in cutting through the mass media's BS on this subject. Is that really what we're doing? We're narrowing everyone's motives and intentions down to just trying to get subs.
yeah. So the reason that this resonated with me is like I hear people talking about my numbers like all the fucking time. Oh, she just wants attention. She's just doing this, doing that, me. And it's like my motives in this were never, ever, ever to be like have a mass audience. And I think it can be a lot, and I understand it. I understand why people have this perspective. I understand why they think that content creators are just out for it's all about the numbers and it's all about the subs and it's all about the money and all this stuff. I get why people might perceive that, but what I hope people understand is that for some people, and I would put myself in that, and maybe she's in this too. Maybe she's being completely disingenuous and I just don't know. But maybe she's in this bucket too. I always viewed this as a way to help people that wanted help or that wanted guidance or that wanted like what the type of thing I was offering. I never cared about the numbers. The numbers, okay, yeah, I mean like it was a little fun when I hit 100,000 subs. That was great. I got a plaque and everything. My plaque, by the way, my silver play button is still sitting in the box on the floor over there. So you can tell how much that meant to me. I never even took the damn thing out of the box. Well, I took it out of the box like once or twice to hold up, like take a picture. But then it went right back in the box. It's sitting on the floor. It's been sitting on the floor for 2 years. But like I say that because not everyone is driven by subs and not everyone is driven by the money. I've said this a million times. My grift isn't YouTube. My grift is corporate training. I can make thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in an hour. Like, I mean, tens of thousands of dollars in an hour doing corporate training. Like, this is not the grift. And so, I think that, I just think that people should leave room for this, they should leave space for the idea that some people are motivated by numbers, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some people are motivated by the potential impact that they can have. Some people are motivated by being able to communicate a story. Some people are motivated by being able to provide a different perspective or being part of an experience. Like the experience of this has been a very big deal for me. But I guess what I'm trying to say in a very long-winded way is not everyone is just interested in subs. And if you're just interested in subs, as Chase is saying, if you wanted a huge platform, you could easily recite the talking points from whichever side you wanted and blow up. That's exactly right. I've said it a million times. During 2020, I was very aware that if I made oh my God, I was a Democrat and now I think Trump is awesome and here are all the reasons I think Trump is awesome, I would have had millions of subscribers. I was hyper aware of this in 2020. I was like, and I made a couple rah Trump videos. I did, but they were genuine rah Trump videos. It was when I thought Trump did actually something good, or I decided to vote for Trump, or things like that. But like I was very, very aware that if I just said the things that people wanted me to say, my channel would grow exponentially, and I'd be able to have all these super chats and make all this money. And that just wasn't what I was interested in. Now, some people are. no shade, but you like at least when your platform starts to grow, at least in my experience, um, you have a choice to make. There comes a point where you really do have a choice to make about, am I in this for the subs or am I in this for a different meaning? And if you're in it for something else, then you are going to sacrifice subs, because if you're in it for the subs, you have to stick to a very specific script. You have to stick to very specific talking points. You cannot ever disagree with your audience. You can't curate your audience. Like I massively curate the audience of my channel. Like, you can't ban people. You have to let people say whatever they want to in the chat. You have to let people rip each other apart. You have to let people rip you apart. There are a lot of reasons why someone might not just be in it for the subs. And I think a lot of people make the assumption that's the only reason you do this. Well, no, it's not the only reason you do it. In fact, there are very good reasons not to do that. But if you decide to do that, you have to stick to a script and you have to play the game. And if you do not, I promise you, your numbers are going to reflect that.
Can't speak for anyone else, but that certainly wasn't my intention. But now I'm supposed to owe Nick complete loyalty for the rest of my life because I happen to be on his channel for this. There was never any conversation ahead of time saying, hey, if you come onto my channel, this is what you owe me. There was never any conversation like that. There was never been any common understanding like that. Having gratitude is one thing. Demanding loyalty from someone else is something completely different. And let's talk about loyalty. Let's talk about Nick's sense of loyalty. So when I was in the worst point of my life on the internet, I had my worst moment that was the most embarrassing. And when that plays out in front of a lot of people on a massive stage in a way that can go absolutely viral, it's mortifying. It's mortifying. Even when you're along the way and you know that you're making mistakes. It absolutely is. I made a video about the whole DUI guy thing. And there are many mistakes that I made along the way. That video was one of them. When that happened,
hang on, I want to stop before she gets into this part of the story. Again, I don't know any of this stuff, but I will say, I don't know, I have a different perspective. There are videos that I've done that people are like, oh my God, you were so embarrassing or cringe or any of this stuff. And certainly I've had shit blow up on the internet, some of which I really wish hadn't, and some of which is just patent falsehoods that mentally unstable autistic boys have spread around for their own profit. But I'm not actually embarrassed of anything I've done. I'm not embarrassed of any video I've made. I'm not embarrassed even of my most cringeworthy moments. I'm not embarrassed about any of it. And I think that she might be served. I think that she could be served, by maybe having a different perspective on this. At least, okay. So how I see it is, I said from the very beginning, I wanted to be an authentic voice and provide a view into an authentic human experience. That's always been my number one priority. And I made a deal with myself that if I was going to do this YouTube thing, I would always do it from a place of authenticity. And it was always my intention to show the highs and the lows, the goods and the bads. The moments where I'm really excited, the moments when I'm crying, the moments when I'm yelling, the moments when I'm excited or overjoyed. And that's been an intentional part of my journey. And so there are like absolutely things that I know people would say, well, don't you regret that? No, no, I don't regret any part of my experience. Not even the mistakes I've made. I made mistakes. I've said things that turned out to be wrong. I don't regret any of it. Because that's what a human experience is. That's what an authentic human experience is. There's goods and bads. There's highs and lows. There's depressing moments, and there are moments of great joy. And we should be okay with all of them. You know, I was talking with someone during one of my lowest points. When I was really trying to understand, I was like, help me see some deeper meaning in why I'm suffering so badly, because it was really bad for a long time. It was really bad. And I said, help me find some meaning to all of this. And it was around the time I did that video when I was crying, when I had the breakdown. Like, I think this was back in June or July or something like that. I was like awful. I was in a really bad spot and I was quitting. That was the day I quit. That was the day I quit. And then I got so much good feedback and so many like amazing comments and notes that I was like, fuck, I can't quit. And so I took a week off and I came back. But in that week off, I talked to a bunch of people, and one of the people I talked to, I was just looking for some greater meaning for like why it was so hard. And I said, I did this crying video on the internet, and she said, oh, so you showed people that you're a human being, did you? So yeah, I showed people I was a human being, all right. I definitely did that, but I don't regret it at all. Like, there's a reason that video is still up on my channel today. There is one video that I have removed on this channel. There's only one video that I've taken down in the last 2.5 years. And that was a video about why I was pro-choice that I posted like right after my Trump rally article went viral. And the reason I took it down is within like 15 minutes of posting it, I had like 870 comments calling me a baby killer. And I was like, nope, not dealing with that. And I just took it down. I was like, I don't even think I took it down. I like made it unlisted or something like that. But that's the one video I've ever taken down on the channel. I haven't taken down anything else. Not the videos where I've been angry, not the videos where I've been shouting. God knows I could have. Because I've wanted this to be an authentic human experience from the very beginning. And so there's no reason to regret anything because every piece of the puzzle is part of that authentic human experience. And if you just show the good parts of the experience or the parts where you got something right or the parts where you said exactly the right thing, that's not real. It's so fake. I just have an absolute aversion to the plastic nature of this space. It's really been very disgusting to me lately. Like, very disgusting. I feel like I've been through this space where I can really see now how the system works. I can really see it. I can see how fucked up it is on the left. I can see how fucked up it is on the right. I can see how the media are all shills. I can see it in a crystal clear way. I can see how the Democrats and the Republicans work together and are exactly the same party. I can see how all the activist organizations on the left and the right and in the issues that I care about are just shill organizations meant to raise money for the people running the organization so they don't have to get a real fucking job. I can see how stupid most people in politics are. And let me tell you what, when you really have the revelation of how stupid the people are who are running our country, that is a whole other thing to unravel. I've become extremely disillusioned with everything because I can see how stupid it is. And along with that, and this is sadly true because it's like, You know, there are content creators and personalities that I used to have respect for. And then I saw them for what they really are, which is people who are shilling talking points to make money and maintain their status, and they don't give a flying fuck about half the things they care about, they claim to care about, rather. And it's so disappointing. Like Tulsi Gabbard. Yay, Tulsi left the Democrats like we didn't all know that was coming. Yay, she finally left. Tulsi Gabbard is coming to New Hampshire. Tulsi Gabbard left the Democratic Party because they're driving everything towards nuclear war. I know this is off the topic of what we're doing, but just point of personal privilege. Tulsi Gabbard left the Democratic Party because they're driving all of us towards nuclear effing war. Do you know what she's doing this week? She's coming to New Hampshire to campaign for Don Bolduc, who is a war hawk Republican who said that we all needed to go all in on Ukraine. A couple of days after Tulsi Gabbard makes this dramatic exit from the Democrats, I am the only anti-war person that exists. I just can't abide by this any longer. She's literally coming to New Hampshire to campaign for a warmonger. All idols have clay feet, true enough. But when you're faced with blatant hypocrisy after blatant hypocrisy after blatant hypocrisy after blatant hypocrisy over and over and over and over and over and over and over again by people that you respected, even idolized, you start to see how important authenticity really is. Authenticity is incredibly important, at least to me. Maybe it's not to anyone else in the world. I don't think that's true. I think average people can sniff out inauthenticity. But it's really important to me. And so I don't regret any video I've ever done. I don't regret anything I've ever said. I don't regret any time I've cried on the internet or yelled at someone on the internet. I don't regret any of it. Because unlike the vast majority of content creators on this platform, I have presented an authentic experience. And that's something that no matter what people say about me, that I will always be deeply proud of.
Clear to anyone objectively looking at it that I was not in a good place. Nick knew that. You can see for yourself. Instead of reaching out to me personally to ask me if I was okay, to ask me what the facts were, to make sure that he understood them before he talked about them, he decided instead to talk about it on his channel, get ad revenue, super chats, all this kind of stuff. And once again, this is not about super chats. It's not about ad revenue. This video will remain unmonetized and there are no super chats on. So I'm being required to have a sense of loyalty. But this is the kind of loyalty that this guy will present.
Killing time, everyone. Please check out Quantum Vibe, a criminally underappreciated libertarian sci-fi space epic web comic. QuantumVibe.com. Not connected to the project, just thought people would like it. Okay. All right. If you don't know, some shit happened today. Some shit happened today. Now, I have heard that there's some stuff going on with this. Let's try and get the latest information, shall we?
Sean, I was just thinking about you the other day. I hope you're well.
People's faces. Does this seem like somebody who's being empathetic? Let's be fair here. Let's be.
Oh, come on, LegalBytes, come on. You don't know what someone's experiencing in their head. That's a little bit bullshit. But what I will say is what I did resonate with that she said is he made this video without even talking to me. That has happened to me so many fucking times. I cannot tell you how many times this has happened to me where like something happens and I don't really think that much of it because it wasn't a big deal. And then, like I said, like all the people in this meeting could talk behind each other's backs. And so something happens and then it goes through a game of telephone behind everyone's back, and then someone else inevitably gets pissed off, and then all of a sudden there's an angry video about me or like a fucking tweet storm, and I'm like, why didn't you reach out and talk to me? My DMs are open. You have my cell phone number. Why didn't you just call me and ask me before acting like an idiot on the internet? That's happened to me a lot. So I don't have a whole lot of patience for people who like spew bullshit where they don't even make an attempt to reach out to the person they're talking, especially if they were on good terms with them at some point. Like they don't even make an attempt to say what happened and to understand it from the other person's perspective and to understand that there guys, there are two sides to every story, man. There are two sides to every single story. And you might think you know some things about content creators that have no resemblance to the truth at all. No reason. People think they know things about me that never happened. People think I hold positions that I don't hold. People think I've done things to people that have no basis in reality at all. And none of those people has ever bothered to reach out and ask me, what happened? What's your side? And I really don't have a whole lot of respect for people who do that, if I'm honest.
Real here.
Now we. Oh shit. Here we go. Here we go again. Do you guys want to do this? I don't know how much of this we're going to do. We'll start this up.
Nick is being so dramatic. I don't watch him, so I don't really know what his general gist is, but
this is probably not going to be what anybody thinks it's going to be for me, but we'll see.
Oh, God. Well, I've done my fair share of reaction
Right.
videos, as you guys know.
Live. So,
yeah, you
there
can see it.
Many people that I have talked to in the last, I don't know how many hours, who have advised me not to say or do anything, or if I do, to do something in a very, very, very closely guarded kind of way.
So, look, whatever I say today is not directed at LegalBytes as a person. Okay.
So, rather than talk to me personally, rather than ask if I'm okay, rather than give me any bit of counseling on the side as a fellow creator, as a smaller creator, as somebody who has looked up to him, he decided to make an example out of me so that other people can learn from me. But so that in order for me to learn Nick's lessons on what I did wrong, I had to learn along with everybody else.
When was that? For people who know this situation far better than I know this situation, can someone tell me when that was, please? Because it does seem, listen, I mean, it seems to me, here's my perspective. And again, for people who may be just joining, I don't know anything about this world at all, but it does seem like these two have done like a lot of streams together. They know each other. Okay, May. That was in May. Okay, so it's been a minute. Like he could have talked to her. I only do reaction videos on people that I don't care about really having any connection with at all. All right, boom. Thank you. I will check the Discord. If I'm going to do if I'm doing a reaction video to you, like based on like when we were doing Sassy Saturday, right? Like I don't give a flying fuck what Carrie Smith thinks about me. I don't give a flying fuck what Hunter Avalon thinks about me. I don't give a flying fuck what John Doyle thinks about me. I don't give a flying fuck what any of them think about me. So I have no problem doing a reaction video to them and talking about what I think they did right and what I think they did wrong and all that stuff. I have no desire to have a relationship with any of these people. And you know, so it goes. But I would never do like a reaction video to someone that I cared about having a relationship with if I was going to say negative things about that person on that video or things that could be perceived negatively, especially not if I had a channel the size of Nick Rekieta's. I would absolutely have talked to the person first. If I cared about having a relationship with that person, I would have talked to that person. And in fact, I probably would have said, like, do you want to come on my stream and talk about it? So that people can see us like work this shit out, because I do think that streams like that are valuable. That's probably how I would have handled it. But it seems like he didn't do that. But I don't know the situation, and it seems like this video was back in May. I'm also a little unimpressed. Like, is she going to show more of the video? Because, like, she hasn't given me any reason to hate Nick. To be honest, like, Nick hasn't said anything. Like, just because someone does a reaction video to you doesn't mean they've said anything bad. Like Carrie Smith. Carrie Smith thinks I did a hate video about her, when in fact, if Carrie Smith took the time to watch the video I made about her, well, one of the videos, she would have found out I gave her like 30 compliments in that video. I was actually incredibly nice to her in that video. I didn't even say anything really that was mean-spirited. But she said, no, Carlin did a 5-hour hate stream about me. Well, no, I didn't. That wasn't actually what happened, but she didn't watch the video. She didn't know. So I guess, like, I wouldn't make any assumptions about what was said. But okay, so Bold and Introspective is saying some stuff. DUI guy had a court reaction that created a meme. She DM'd him and said she couldn't come on, and said he couldn't come on her show because of his facial expressions in court. DUI discussed the DM and she got heat for being a Karen. Then she made that video, the one that Nick is reacting to. And then Nick discussing this is on the same video where he discussed group dynamics and not wanting to be a part of the group. All right, I can kind of understand that. I mean, I can understand this. I have definitely told people I'm not bringing you on my stream if they've done something that I have been unimpressed by. Maybe it was an overreaction. I'm not one to say because I don't know exactly the situation, so I'm not actually taking a side on this one. But I guess I can see both sides of it. And I will say this too. I don't think she's like Amber Heard. She's not striking me as being like Amber Heard, and I really wish that people would stop throwing this around as like an insult. Do you know how many times I've been called Amber Heard when I say something people don't like, or when I have a tone that people don't appreciate? Like, I just don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's nuanced. So I don't appreciate that.
The thing is, I didn't even hold on to a grudge for that. I didn't talk about it. I didn't call him out for it. I figured, this is just an indication of how Nick views my relationship with him. I thought that we were a little bit more like friends.
I understand what she's saying.
But I didn't know until this point that he saw this as more of a transactional business kind of relationship. And the question for the folks asking why don't I have a certain sense of undying, unyielding loyalty to someone? Why should I view this relationship any differently than he does? Now, as for these guys not being here, I invited them both. Nick, I don't have a way of directly talking to him anymore because he's no longer on Twitter. After I was on Joe's live stream yesterday, I reached out to Andrew privately through DM, and I told him, hey, I just want you to know, I called into question your methods of calling me out and calling other people out in LawTube to try to pressure people into making statements. I would much rather talk to you one-on-one to hash this out.
I do think it's bullshit she didn't let it play. I think that's kind of bullshit.
I will see you on Joe's live stream.
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of want to go back. This is awful. We're 2 hours into this stream. I said to Victor earlier, I was like, I just, would you have a problem if I just did like a quick surprise stream? This is what always happens when I do late night streams. Is I say to Victor, I'm like, I want to spend some time with you tonight, but I kind of am feeling like I'm doing a stream. And would you mind if I just stream for a little while? But it's gonna be a quick stream, I promise. And then like 8 hours later, I'm still streaming. But I kind of want to go back and watch that at least a little bit of that video that Nick just did. So if someone could be kind enough to point me to like what video that was and tell me where I can find it, maybe we'll have a second round. Maybe. I'm not promising anything, but I'm honestly curious now about what was said in that video. If she's not going to play it, I want to see it for myself.
I did not get a response from Andrew. As far as I've seen, last time I checked, I have not gotten any response from him. 2 hours later, he decides to put up a live stream on his channel responding to my appearance on Joe's channel.
Yeah, but
then
so,
when I went back to Joe,
so here is the information I need. I either need someone to DM me a link to the video on Twitter at Dr. Carlin B, or I need to know what the title of the video is so I can go and find it. Because like the video where like that means I understand bold and introspective. It was back in May, and I appreciate that. I just don't know. Oh, that's what the thumbnail says. All right, I will do my best to try to find the video. I appreciate that, but if someone could DM it to me on Twitter, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Joe and said, "When do we talk? When do we have this live stream? I want to talk with you."
I can probably
and
just
Andrew
search
and
that.
Nick.
I think.
And Joe responds, "Andrew says he doesn't want to talk about the elitist stuff anymore." And in fact, on Andrew's live stream yesterday, where he did make a response, he said, "This is the last time I'm going to talk about this." And I suspect that the reason for that is because I told him I wanted to talk to him and I expected to see him on Joe's channel. He can say whatever he wants, but the fact of the matter is he has had how many live streams focused on talking about me? And the minute that he is confronted with actually having to talk to me and tell me the things that he's been saying about me to my face, he's nowhere to be found. I'll say one more thing about Nick. Nick has spent some time talking to other friends about all of this stuff. Spent some time on Drex's podcast or channel, what have you. And the subject of me came up and the subject of my husband came up. Let me just show you.
Hang on, I got a super chat from Naruto, so I just want to honor that. Sorry, hang on. I don't know why I just coughed for no reason. Sorry. I didn't mean to cough into the mic. My bad. I may have inspired a secret undercover mission. That's amazing. Nothing better than inspiring a secret undercover mission. So guys, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. So I'm looking for the video on Nick Rekieta's channel. I don't know what the title of it is though, and so it's hard for me to find a video that I don't know what the title is of it because he has a lot of videos. So if someone could help me out with finding it or at least sussing out what the title is, that would be really helpful to me. And I would appreciate it. Oh, on group. Thank you, Zacho. Hang on. And even a timestamp. Zacho, that's so helpful. On group dynamics. Yay! Found it. Found it. Found it. Found it. Let me just pull it up real quick and I'll put it right at the timestamp that Zacho has given me, which is 57. There it is. All right. So now I've got that pulled up. So just in case just in case. I'm not guaranteeing anything. We still got a little bit to go with this one, but let's see how it goes. Yes, Zacho. Yes, Sin, this is correct. Zacho, you are blessed with being king of the chat for the night. Not perpetual king of the chat. Only King Peter so far has become perpetual king of the chat. Because King Peter sent in a $500 super chat to Tim Pool's show asking me to be on, and Tim Pool fucking ignored it. And I felt so bad. I made King Peter the perpetual king of the chat. But Zacho, you are blessed as king of the chat for the evening. That means that Zacho can say whatever he wants and he won't get banned, even if he breaks the rules of the chat, which again, the rules of the chat are don't be a dick and no whining. As long as you follow those 2 rules, we're gonna be cool. But Zacho can break the rules just for tonight.
Guys, what it was. So you can see for yourselves what the conversation was.
Oh, the thing you DM'd me the other
Get a
day?
Murphy beard.
Thanks,
I gotta
Naruto.
quickly finish this story. I'm
yeah.
gonna pop off in just a minute and head to my locals to do a locals live stream. But yeah, let's keep this ambiguous because that's fun.
It's
your
never
little-
ambiguous.
Your little,
This is why
discussion
I
about,
always name names. I'm like, I don't give
that
a
we
fuck.
talked about earlier. little
Everyone
clip,
knows anyway.
right? Where Kurt, my man Kurt, is being an absolute bro and has been this entire time to all the banning. No shortage of support from Kurt, but one of the people on the panel there had it invited me somewhere, and then when it looked like I might go, there was some tension, we'll say, and I did not go for completely unrelated reasons because I would have gone anyway. But let's just say if I would have showed up, people would not have been happy about that, despite my very, very, very fucking neutral take on all of the drama that was going on at the time. As apparently
This idea that he's been somehow disinvited for my wedding, first off, is completely untrue. I never told Nick anything to indicate that he was in any way not welcome to my wedding. Let me make that clear. Despite the way that I saw the change in our relationship, I was not about to revoke an invitation to my wedding. And realistically, if he had come, there would have been a conversation at the beginning of that weekend. And then we would have put it to rest after hashing it out and then had a wonderful time.
That's kind of bullshit,
much.
man. Hang
I
on.
think
I'm going to say this. Listen, if I had someone in my wedding that I had, tension with, you know when I'm not going to deal with that tension? My wedding. I would have just been like, dude, fucking bygones. Thank you for coming to my wedding. I really appreciate it. Yeah, exactly. Bold and introspective. I completely agree. Why would you have that conversation on the weekend of your wedding? I didn't even have a real wedding. I rented a log cabin and we got married on the lawn and there was no planning and it wasn't even a real wedding. And I still wouldn't have had that on the weekend of my wedding. I would have said, thank you for coming. I'm really glad you're here. I know we've had some nonsense, but that I'm not worried about that. If we need to discuss later, we can, but I'm just really glad you're here and I appreciate you and thank you for making the trip. That's what I would have done. People just like sometimes to play this bullshit out and make things more dramatic than they need to be. So many disagreements are just so easy to put aside because most of the time they're just bullshit anyway. You know? Try to see the best in people. Don't focus on the things you don't like. If you focus on the things you don't like, you're just going to get more of the things you don't like. Focus on the fact that, hey, someone made the trip to come to your wedding. That's pretty cool.
people can figure out what I'm talking about.
Well, you're very controversial, so you know.
But even after that, on some other streams where I appeared with this person, I said, No drama from me. No drama on my side. I'm all good. Everything's cool. But apparently that might not have been reciprocally true, we'll say. But, you know, some people just don't have the courage to say it, I guess, until they think you're gone.
Nick is welcome. He's welcome to join me here.
You know what I was thinking?
Yeah.
This whole story, besides the fact you look like Law and Lumber again, but besides that, you know what I was thinking? Not only can I just say, fuck Harvey Dent and the Lithuanian flag right now in this bitch, but I was thinking something. What beta simp married this broad? Sure. Can someone send me pictures? I know someone's got pictures. I got some girls on Twitter. I need y'all to send me some, DM me. I want to see what beta simp married this broad.
Are
Look,
you
Nick,
serious?
I can't.
Somebody was
This right here is the type of bullshit I cannot abide. Why are you doing that to someone? Why are you doing that to someone? Do you know how many people have said that I have my husband locked in a basement? Do you know, like, people have done that to me and my husband. My husband is not public because he doesn't want to be public. But people are like, you know, Carlin's got this poor simp beta male asshole in a basement and me. I'm sorry. What the fuck? It is who would you know how many times people said, who would possibly marry her? She's so fat. Me. It's like, do you really have nothing better to offer than a critique of someone's personal relationship that you know nothing about, that you are not involved in any way? No, it's not a joke. It's not a joke, dude. Stuff like that is so uncalled for. And it's incredibly hurtful. It's hurtful not just for her, it's also hurtful for her husband. It's unnecessary. If you have nothing, like, it's just fucking gross. That, like, no. Fuck that asshole. I need know nothing more about him. People like him are why I want nothing to do with content creators at all.
Somebody
Tolerate
with a
people.
detachable penis, Drex.
Obviously, I can't tolerate these people, Nick. I'm actually incapable. Like, listen, Nick, here's what's funny.
Some people are
I don't
capable
like
of tolerate.
Remember we were in high school and we avoided it all. We're like, yeah, bro, I'm not trying to get into nothing. You saw me when the dude tried to provoke me to a fight at cruise night with a cop standing right there.
Yeah.
You a bitch, dude.
I don't know Drex personally. I don't know what he does for a living. But while Nick was filing motions in Minnesota, my husband was getting shot at in Afghanistan. My brother was getting shot at in Iraq, facing mortars. Folks want to call my husband a beta. Clearly don't know anything about him. But the thing that I have the most problem with,
and you know, people can say in the chat, you know, Drex isn't Nick. Fine, Nick didn't do anything to stop it. Nick didn't say, whoa, dude. Like, you know, come on. Like, Nick could have handled that so gracefully where it wasn't even a thing. He'd been like, dude, come on. Really? Do you have to? Like, he could have totally played it off. And Nick Rekieta is smart enough to know how to do this because he's a fucking lawyer. Like, I don't excuse Nick at all. Because he could have said, like, dude, come on, really? Do we have to? So no, he doesn't get a pass, so far as I'm concerned, for allowing that to be said and not saying anything.
is Drex calling for people to dox my husband, to ask for photos of my husband. I want to know from Nick.
Yep.
If I had a friend on my stream who was calling for photos of his wife so that they could insult this person, but for whatever purpose. How would he feel about that?
I agree with her.
How would he feel about that? His wife, he's posted photos of his
Bro. See, this is another reason, and I know you're not a regular on my channel. What the fuck? Not dox, just evaluate him. Fuck right off. Fuck right off. Do you guys know that in June of 2021, I woke up one day and my address was doxed all over my fucking YouTube channel? Because of bullshit like this. Because of bullshit like this. I was getting death threats, like massively. It's not a joke. Doxing people is not a joke. I have had 2 of my friends doxed just for being friends with me. People one I've known for 25 fucking years. Well, I mean, not 25 years, 20 years. It's not a joke. I don't care whatever else she says. I don't care if she's a massive cunt in real life. I don't care. On this point, I am absolutely on her team.
his wife on the internet. They have photos together. I don't.
It is doxing.
My
It
my
is
husband
doxing.
doesn't.
When a fucking content creator with, what does he have, like 500,000 subs? When a fucking content creator with 500,000 subs has someone on his channel that says, I want to see pictures of her husband, that is calling for an army to dox someone that apparently was in a war zone. And you're probably chatting from your mom's fucking basement right now. It is not a joke. I know some of you guys think it's a joke because it doesn't impact you. I don't care. Nick Rekieta knows enough to know that he will have an audience that follows him. He should have been more fucking responsible. And that asshole shouldn't have said it in the first place. And yes, fuck you. Jibs and Jabs is getting put in a timeout. You don't come on my channel and tell me what to do because you don't like what I'm saying or you don't like my tone. You don't do that. We have 2 rules. Don't be a dick and don't whine, and you just broke both of them. You're getting a timeout. Go fuck yourself. Come back if you feel like not following the rules of the channel. Some of you guys, when you have a favorite content creator, you defend them when they do the most horrible fucking things imaginable. When you ask for a photo of someone's private partner that is not on the internet, you are asking for them to be doxxed. It is not a joke. You are asking for them to be doxxed. It is incredibly irresponsible. And you don't know what could happen. You don't know. I have gotten death threats on so many occasions, I can't even tell you. I've had to have multiple conversations with the police about not swatting my house. I have had to file multiple harassment reports with the police because of this bullshit. I've woken up and had my address doxed all over the internet. I've woken up and have had photos of my house posted all over the internet from people who were driving by, photos that were not public that I never posted. So don't fucking tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't want to be angry for this stream. This wasn't the intent of it. But when you idiots are defending doxing, it's because you have no idea what it's like to be in this position. I never had to speak to the police in my life until 2.5 years ago when I started doing content on YouTube. Boom, I don't give a fuck, and you are smart enough to know this. I do not give a fuck if he was. They called for his doxing. He absolutely could have been. You are smarter than this, Boom. I don't give a fuck if nothing happened. Oh, Carlin, just because... Here, let me play this out, Boom. Carlin, just because someone posted photos of your house on the internet and they got tweeted all over Twitter and Matt Walsh elevated the account that tweeted them out, just because that happened, no one came to your house, Carlin. You shouldn't be upset that Matt Walsh elevated an account that doxed your fucking house because nothing happened. No one came to your house. It's not like you didn't have to spend the whole weekend at the police station, but nothing happened, so you just shouldn't be upset. When you're not listening because you're up Nick Rekieta's ass. You're not listening because you're up Nick Rekieta's ass. When you ask for a photo of someone's spouse on the internet, you are asking an army of people to find and post that photo. What if someone said, Boom, what if someone says, well, I just wonder what type of house Carlin has. I mean, I wonder if there's a photo of Carlin's house. Why the fuck are you asking for it in the first place? Why do you care? Do you know how many times I've had my photos of my house posted on the internet just because of shit like this? You're asking for it. There's no reason. There was no reason for that guy to even ask for photos of her husband. There was no reason. From this point forward, I'm going to be seriously enforcing the no dick and no whining rule in the chat. If you have feelings about the fact that I raised my voice talking about this issue, then you can go take your feels and manage them yourself. But if you bring it into my chat, you're going to get blocked. This is my channel. I'll do what I fucking want. You're here because I allow you to be. And if you don't want to be here, that's fine too. But I'm not holding back my opinion on this issue just because some of you have very fragile sensibilities about your favorite content creators being questioned, because that's part of the problem in the first place.
Doesn't have an internet presence. He has plenty of other things to worry about. And if this is a matter of free speech, you're coming at the wrong military spouse. I understand what it means to fight for that. I understand the costs involved. We can just leave family out of it. So now that we've gone through all of this, where to go from here?
Infuriating.
This is all about
infuriating.
calling people out when they are saying one thing and doing another.
I wasn't really on her side until I saw that. Now I'm kind of on her side.
And as far as I'm concerned, I'm done with this. I don't want to be talking about this shit. There are so many more interesting things to talk about. On this channel, we talk about law. We talk about cases. There are plenty of trials that are going on right now that are so much more interesting. But the fact is, if I don't address it, people are going to continue to come back and use things that I may or may not have said, that I may or may not have.
The fact that I actually have to explain to people that when you are a known content creator and you don't say, no, we don't ask for photos of people's spouses. The fact that people really do not understand how that puts content creators in danger. What that means is that you guys really don't know what it's like to be in this position. And you know what? I had no idea until I was in it either. I had no idea the amount of lunatics are attracted to content on the internet. I had no idea the type of lunatics that existed in these audiences. I thought maybe onesies and twosies. It's not onesies and twosies. It's not. You don't ask for photos of people's spouses. You don't ask for photos of people's houses. You don't insinuate, as I found out did actually happen to me earlier today, that some asshole on Twitter was saying, well, you know, Carlin's home address is all over the internet. Because you are enticing lunatics. Completely unhinged people that will do completely unhinged things. And you're doing it for entertainment? Oh, I will. Okay. Guys, just so you know, when people ask me to block them, I have absolutely no problem in blocking them. Goodbye. Goodbye. I really wasn't on her side until that happened. Now I'm like, I get why she was pissed. I get why she was pissed. I don't give a fuck. You are excusing. Do you guys actually hear yourself when you excuse doxing? Do you actually hear yourselves? What if that was your family, your loved ones? What was that? What if that was you? What if that was you who had to go spend all weekend at the fucking police station? What if that was you who had to go buy guns because your address is shown up all over the internet because of unhinged fucking lunatics? Doxing people? Insinuating that you're doxing people? Requesting, oh, I wonder what kind of house she lives in. What does her beta husband look like? Not only is it completely unnecessary, you actually fuck with real people's lives. And you do it for kicks or for entertainment or because you're offended on behalf of your favorite content creator. It is disgusting. It is disgusting. And people like you are disgusting to me, which is why you are now blocked. Goodbye. There are lots of excuses in the chat right now, and none of them are good. Stay away from people's personal information, period. It's not your business. Wisest words in the chat tonight. Thank you, Reagan. Let's continue.
Done. According to their opinions and the way that people want to bend things. This probably will lose me subs. Maybe. Andrew called for that. It's what he wanted. He's getting that. That's the ultimate result. I talked about the way that I saw something very honestly.
Hang on.
And now I'm the one.
So you're justifying trying to dox someone else because something bad happened to him. I don't think that what happened to Nick Rekieta was okay. Am I going to say, well, something bad happened to him, so it's okay for people to insinuate her husband should be doxxed? Do you fucking hear yourself? Just because something bad happened. Let me speak very slowly for the idiots in the chat. Just because something bad happens to one person does not justify doing something bad to another person. Lessons we should have learned in elementary school. I'm starting to block a lot of people in the chat, just so you guys are aware. If you want to be little fucking simps for Nick Rekieta, you can go right ahead. You can suck his dick all you want. I don't give a fuck. There is nothing that justifies doxing someone else. Nothing.
And that's getting punished for that. This whole thing started because Nick was talking about things the way that he wanted to, and he got punished. And that's what people were really upset about. That is what people were really upset about, because Boozy was pulling all kinds of crap on various members of the LawTube community. Since when does the LawTube community at large become the Boozies of the world? Become the Eve Barlows of the world? Become the Taylor Lorenzes, the Cat 10 Barges? Since when do we pull this kind of crap on one another?
I'm not going to be pissed all night, but I need a minute. But I promise if we go in, when we're going to the next video, I'm not going to be pissed. I'm not going to do carryover anger.
I made it a point not to talk about it. I made the tweets originally that
Okay. I'm gonna remain in my anger for the remainder of this video, and then we're gonna go watch the Nick Rekieta video on group dynamics. But I want to address this question. Drex was wrong for sure, but how is that Nick's fault? It's Nick's fault, as I have already explicitly explained, but you did not listen. It is Nick's fault because he didn't say, dude, come on. He didn't say anything. He let it happen and didn't say shit. That's why it's his fault. The very last time the reason that I never will ever go on Adam Krigler's channel again, the reason I stopped in the first place is because of the last time that I was on Adam Krigler's channel, Adam Krigler allowed some of the most toxic people on the internet to attack me for 3.5 hours. And he could see the chat and I couldn't. And he knew what was going on and he did nothing to stop it. And we're talking legitimately very bad people. Very, very bad people. And I knew who they were. And when I later saw what happened, I cannot even begin to explain the betrayal I felt at him doing that to me. Him using me and setting me up to get attacked by his audience for clicks and likes, and he said nothing. Nick Rekieta had an obligation, an ethical, not something that he like legally was obligated to do, but an ethical obligation to say, dude, come on. That's all he had to do. It wouldn't have really been that hard. Nick Rekieta is a smart guy. He should have known better. Dude, don't leave her husband out of it, dude. Come on. We don't need to do that. That's all he needed to do. You have to set an example for your audience. Otherwise, your audience are going to behave like unhinged fucking lunatics. If you don't set the example for your audience to say, this is acceptable behavior and this is not acceptable behavior, then guess what? You're going to get a lot of unacceptable behavior. And you asked for it because you didn't do anything. Anyone who justifies doxing in any way is going to be immediately blocked, and you are not going to get a second chance, and I don't give a fuck who you are. I've had enough. I've had enough seeing it in the chat. Well, Nick Rekieta is a really nice guy, so I mean, I don't know. I don't think he should have done anything. Fuck you.
you guys saw, I made the statement on my channel about the ban, supporting him in both instances.
That's right. Yeah.
Then I made a tweet thread after several days of getting a lot of hate and a lot of
We already got 2 people who've been blocked. Anyone else? Any other takers?
And now finally, when I am saying something about this, when I am appearing to talk about this, after how many videos on Andrew's channel talking about me, suddenly I am stirring drama. I am not here to start a fight. I am never going to start a fight. but I will end it. And I will respond. And that's all I got. See you in the next video.
All right. That's all we have for that one. We already had someone saying, I would just sub for you. You have too many feelings. Good. Go. This is the benefit of not wanting to appeal to a mass audience is I can tell assholes in my chat to go fuck yourselves. If you want to play emotional manipulation on me, this is one of the things that pisses me off. And I swear to God, I'm not going to carry this anger over to the next video. But like, if you really want to say, wait, Carolyn, I mean, I'm sorry, but you're having too many feelings right now. I guess I should unsubscribe. Or, oh my God, I can't believe you. I can't believe you think that doxing is bad. Oh my God. Like, if you want to do that, if you want to say, well, I guess you don't want people like me subscribe to your channel, I'll unsubscribe. You're being fucking emotionally manipulative and I won't fucking have it. That is a clear violation of the don't be a dick rule. It's also a clear violation of the no whining rule because you're passive aggressively whining. My rules are not hard. Don't be a dick and don't whine. If you're a dick, you're going to get blocked. If you whine, you're going to get blocked even fucking faster because I have no patience for this shit anymore. So, generally, I am sure that she has left out context. I am sure that she has done her level best to paint herself in the best possible light while painting the people that she's talking about in the most negative possible light. Now, I will say that I actually don't think that she painted anyone in an overtly... I have been far more critical of people on my channel than she was of them. I have been significantly... Did people accidentally... Okay, guys, if my moderators accidentally put you in a timeout, I apologize. Sometimes my moderators get a little out of hand. If you accidentally got put in a wrongful timeout, just wait it out, man. It's like 5 minutes. You're going to be fine. It's going to be okay, I promise. I'm the only one that can block people. But I don't think that she was incredibly harsh in her video. I have been significantly harsher with people on my channel than she was. But that said, I am sure that she did take things out of context. I'm sure that she said some things. I am sure that there are other sides to the story. That is partly why I want to watch this video now. Hang on. Bing! So, one of the things that really annoyed me, for those of you who might be new to me, you don't know who I am. I take like, and you're just watching this because like you like LawTube stuff. Welcome. I take a nuanced view to things. I don't think there's a single person out there that's all good or all bad. I don't think there's a person out there that is always right or always wrong. I think there are always two sides of a story. One of the things that did annoy me about her video is I wanted to see what Nick Rekieta actually said. She started this portion where he was talking about her in this video, but she didn't play any of it. It was basically like, Nick Rekieta did a reaction video to me. Isn't he an asshole? I was like, that's probably one of the weaker parts of her video. Now, that said, I do have a very strong defense of her with the doxing shit. I've actually banned some of my own subscribers because I agree with her so strongly on the doxing shit. I screamed at one of my longest running supporters in Boom, who I do actually have a very good relationship with. But I think Boom was incredibly wrong on her conduct here tonight. I think she was incredibly wrong. And I think that she received that message. But like, I do actually have a good relationship with Boom. I like Boom a lot. Boom is a very good person. But I'm not saying I take her side completely because I don't know the entirety of the situation. And I don't like that she didn't play this video. So I want to speak to this. And again, I'm going to speak to this at a high level. My opinion, LegalBytes needs to drop the drama. She's playing the victim. Do you guys know that I hear this every single time? Anytime I talk about the fact that I have been bullied for 2 years by other content creators, anytime I talk about the fact that other content creators have tried to destroy my marriage, have doxed 2 of my friends, have tried to destroy my community, have gone after my channel on multiple, I'm told every single time by people like this, why don't you just drop the drama, Carlin? Oh my God, you're so dramatic. Oh, I just can't take it anymore. I just have to unsubscribe because it's always dramatic and it's always you and it's no one else's fault. It's just always you. I'm told this every single time. No, fuck you. It has nothing, like, you don't, like, I'm sorry, dude. You are being a dick. You are. If you don't want drama, don't watch the videos. It's really that simple. If you don't like drama, don't click on the video. You obviously came in here, dude, so you obviously like the drama to some extent. If you don't, then why are you watching drama videos? You're here watching a drama video right now. If you're saying, oh, you need to drop the drama, then don't watch the videos. Go watch something else. It's really that simple. I assume you're an adult and you are capable of making decisions on your own. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're just all children. I don't know. All right, so what I want to do is I want to watch the part of the video, like the Nick Rekieta video that she didn't show. Now, as a bonus to this, I actually am interested in group dynamics and politics and stuff like that. So let's see. We need to start this around 56, I think I was told by Zacho. But there are 57. And from now on, all right, I want everyone to hang on. Before we start this, I am now releasing the anger from the doxing, okay? We're not going to be pissed off anymore about the doxing. We're going to move on from that portion of the conversation. If I see anyone defending doxing in my chat, I will block you immediately. I will not warn you. You will not get a second chance. That is the only standard I'm laying down. I'm not going to have that shit on my channel. Won't do it. No. But let's breathe. Breathe, deep breath in. Hold the breath. Release. Deep breath in. Hold the breath. Release. We're releasing the anger. We're going to have a chill stream. It's almost 3 hours. I told my husband, I was like, this is going to be like 40 minutes tops. 3 hours later. Maybe I should. Myriad's talking about incense. Maybe I should. I'll light an incense. We'll get some fire going. And we're going to chill. And we're going to watch what Nick Rekieta said back in May about the group dynamics of all this bullshit. And we're going to see what she was so upset about. All right. Oh, bot, I got a whole thing of incense over here. I got a whole spirituality corner. Got some crystals. The woo is strong in my office. All right, let's do it.
Let's try and get the latest information, shall we?
Is this where it is?
Shall we? Oh shit. Here we go. Here we go again. Do you guys want to do this?
Oh, yeah, this is it.
I don't know how much of this we're going to do.
All right, let's see. I like the color of his wedding band. It matches my wall.
This is probably not going to be what anybody thinks it's going to be for me, but we'll see.
All right. And I think we're live. So,
yeah, you
there
can
are
see it.
many people that I have talked to in the the last, I don't know how many hours, who have advised me not to say or do anything. Or if I do, to
See,
do
Nick
something
Arcade
in a
is
very,
smart. Like, you
very-
can tell, like, he's like a serious content creator because he's got like this fancy schmancy overlay with like his Twitter and the locals. I really should. 2.5 years into my channel, I really should maybe take it like just like a notch more seriously. Like, there are things I take very seriously, but like the presentation of like all the things, like I don't do fancy shit. Like, maybe I should take it a little bit more seriously.
very closely guarded kind of way.
So, look, whatever I say today is not directed at LegalBytes as a person. Okay. So I want to make that very clear. I think Alita is fine and a wonderful person. That's an uncharitable pause. Just like
Shiitake mushrooms are just delicious. They're my favorite
just
brand of
looking
mushroom,
down.
if
So
I'm honest.
here we go. She made a big blunder today, in my opinion. And it's been a mess. And now she's in a really tough position. People advising her to not say anything are probably right. But she's going to do what people are not advising her to do, which is also probably right, because you can't always listen to advice. She has this is a no-win prospect for her. And I don't know if anybody
I disagree.
has seen, but she took a pretty sizable subscriber hit today. Lots of people have unsubscribed. Thousands of people have unsubscribed because of this incident. And we're going to talk about avoiding these types of incidents and navigating this water, because this shouldn't have ever happened.
I will say this, and again, I don't know. I'm not taking any sides yet, but I don't think I really don't think, as has been demonstrated by my actions on the stream earlier, I really don't think you're going to lose subscribers is a good enough reason not to do something. That's just my perspective. That's my values. I don't think, you're going to piss off your subscribers and they're going to unsubscribe. I don't think that's good enough reason not to do something. I think that expression is valuable for the sheer sake of expression. And I don't think that people should worry as much about what people think about what they have. Like, so like, how you feel about what I say is none of my business. I know I pissed some people off in the chat earlier. I don't give a fuck. You want to know why? Because your feelings are not my responsibility. Your feelings are not my responsibility. I could like you. I could think you are the very best person in the world. Your feelings are not my responsibility. How you react to anything I say, any opinion I express, is your thing, man. But how you react should not be the basis of which I decide what I am and am not going to say. Because I think that expression is valuable for the sheer sake of expression. So I disagree with Nick on that point. If you're like, if anyone ever says, I really shouldn't have said that, well, why? Oh, she's going to lose subscribers. So? Maybe her most loyal subscribers will be even more loyal to her. You don't know. You don't. I did a stream at PorkFest back in June where I broke up with conservatives. It was a stream, something called like Matt Walsh is a shill or something like that. Which I have no regrets for. I broke up with conservatives on that stream. I was basically I bitched about Matt Walsh for like half the night because Matt Walsh tweeted an account that doxed my house. Matt Walsh retweeted and elevated an account that has posted photos of my fucking house. So I had some feelings that night. And I let them be known. And you know what it was? It was a stream where I was basically blocking all of the people on Twitter that were sent into my feed because Matt Walsh elevated an account that had doxed my house. And so I did a whole stream about this, and I was like, oh, here's another round of subscriber losses because they're going to be pissed off that I'm blocking people on Twitter or whatever. You know what happened? I got like 2,000 subscribers that week. I don't know why. I still don't know why to this day. But I had like 2,000 people subscribe to my channel that week. I was like, I'm going to do streams where I'm blocking people on Twitter every day. This is great.
That's the main lesson here. And it's not her fault that this happened entirely. She is responsible for her own decisions. Don't get me wrong. But there is something else going on.
Yes,
in
Jenny,
this,
it was the block party. It was
we're
the
gonna
block
get
party.
into. And I'm going to try and tell you why you need to run from this shit like the fucking plague has manifested into a Disney villain. And by Disney villain, I mean a Disney exec on set with liquor, suckers, and an eye for children. You need to run as far away from this shit as possible.
I'm not really sure exactly how I am where I am right now, but I guess the first thing that I want to do is to say that today I came to realize that I've said some things in a couple different ways that have come across in a way that is not the way that I intended and clearly not received well. And I understand why some things have not been received well.
Is she doing an apology video?
You never want to be.
Wait, is this an apology video? Fuck that shit. I would never do an apology video. Never. Now I may concede that I was wrong on something. On the rare occasion that I'm wrong. On the extraordinarily rare occasion that I'm wrong. But I would never do a whole video apologizing just because people are upset. Oh god, it's an apology. Why do you guys tell me this was an apology video? Holy shit, what did I get into? Oh no. Oh no, no. Bot says, okay, guys, just so you know, if you're new on my channel, the rule is that if I'm right about something that you're wrong about, you owe me a $2 super chat. Bot says I'm never wrong, and everyone owes me $2. It's a joke. It's not real. But that is the rule. If I'm right about something and I'm proven out to be right over the course of time, when you told me I was wrong when I originally said it, but I'm proven to be right, you owe me $2. It's the way it goes. It's the honor system. It's how we do it.
Making this video. I don't know how much of this I'm going to watch. I don't want to watch all 17 minutes.
I don't have any excuses for the way that I've come across to some people. But the one thing that I would request, if people will allow me, is a little bit of space to explain things from my perspective, because I feel like there's been a lot of communication from other people. I don't know. I don't want to do anything.
No, I know how. I'm not laughing at her. I know how she feels. What are you supposed to do? What the hell are you supposed to do?
Well, hang on.
The building's on fire.
Hang on. I wonder why you disagree with Nick. Now I realize it wasn't an apology video. You didn't realize. No, I mean, whether or not it's an apology video has nothing to do with whether or not I agree with Nick. One has nothing to do with the other. Okay, like I disagree with Nick doing a reaction to a video of someone that he considers a friend, or at least like someone that's like a colleague or something, without talking to that person first. I disagree with that fundamentally. And that is separate from the fact that I think that it's that is separate from the fact that I think apology videos are stupid. Okay? Just a separate thing. Phil coming in on the $2 super chat honor system. Still out of town on my way home, so here's cash. Thank you, Phil. Phil honors. I don't even think Phil was wrong about something, but Phil honors the honor system out of ethical principle. Phil is compensating for someone not honoring the honor system, which I do appreciate, Phil. Thank you. Safe travels home.
Now, this is
Victor sitting downstairs being like,
probably
what
an
the fuck is going on?
overcorrection from an overreaction. And the building being on fire is probably not going to be on fire very long. But this is part of a lot. And Alita received a lot of success very quickly. So let me give you the background story of what happened today and why this is even a thing, why this is even going on.
You
okay?
did honor me on another video, Sin, and I appreciate
so the big
it.
background story is this. There's this ethereal entity called LawTube that was sort of birthed during the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. It is colloquially called LawTube, but here's the thing. There is not a formal LawTube. So this comes with pitfalls and benefits.
So it's
There's
decentralized.
No formality to it. So LawTube is whatever anybody thinks LawTube is.
So it's decentralized. It's like a libertarian thing. People are saying that like Nick is basically an anarchist or like a minarchist in the chat. So it's like decentralized, essentially, is what I'm hearing. Like LawTube, and that makes sense. So when something is like decentralized, it basically means that like you can do whatever the fuck you want. Like you can do whatever you want. You can show up where you want. You don't have to do things you don't want to do. You don't need anyone's permission to do something. So it kind of sounds like it's a decentralized thing. So like, you know, Nick is under no obligation to do something or not do something. And and I will say this, so one of the things that I've discovered from for people who don't know, like I've been a member of the Libertarian Party for a year and a half, regardless of rumors that I just joined it recently. I didn't. I joined it in April of 2021. And the reason I bring that up is the libertarian movement, especially in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is like hyper libertarian. It's decentralized. It's incredibly decentralized. And what I'm finding is that people who are not involved in like the libertarian stuff, many times they don't understand what decentralized means. And so sometimes because people don't understand what decentralized means, people can feel slighted or have a misperception of something that is based on the lack of understanding of what decentralized means. I don't know. Is Alita a libertarian? I have no idea. I strongly doubt it from what I've seen. But like, what is her political leaning? I have no idea. I'm just looking in the chat. I know there's a delay. Someone knows her political leaning. Tell me what her political leaning is. Anyway, if she's not involved in the libertarian culture, then there's a very good possibility that she does not know, like, she does not understand, like, a decentralized thing, which I can understand why that would so people are saying she's a Democrat. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. And that's not a judgment call. It's just saying, like, I didn't understand what decentralized means until I got immersed in like libertarian culture. She's not a libertarian. I'll tell you that right now. I understand what libertarians look like. I understand what libertarians talk like. I would be very surprised if she was involved in like libertarian stuff. I could be wrong, but like I would be very surprised. Anyway.
That's kind of the way things should be. But once you lay out concretely what LawTube is, you start drawing pictures, you start incorporating names.
Hang on. Dan is explaining an important point. LegalBytes was trying to centralize the group on Twitter chat and then got butthurt when Nick streamed the... So she was trying to centralize it, and she was annoyed that Nick went and did his own thing. Am I summarizing that correctly? I love group dynamics, by the way. Like office politics, like this is like my jam to like deconstruct these things. So LawTube is a decentralized initiative. LegalBytes wanted to centralize it. Nick didn't agree. And then she got pissed off that Nick was doing his own thing. Did I kind of summarize that correctly? Let me know.
You start making lists and you start adopting those things. Then you have a defined being. Now you've created a thing, and that thing has a name, has parameters, has rules, and you have suddenly created an in-group situation. This is a horrific pitfall of any grassroots movement.
What you're seeing between Nick and LegalBytes, I'm guessing, I could be wrong, is the difference between Democrat and libertarian. And I'm not talking about politics, I'm not talking about issues, I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about how they organize things. Democrats, very centralized. There is a leader, there is a structure, everyone has the same messaging, everyone coordinates. It is highly centralized. Libertarians are like, everyone does their own thing. And if you can't rally people to participate behind your thing, if they've got other ideas, like, good fucking luck, man. And there are benefits and drawbacks to both. The decentralized structure can be highly effective as long as people understand what the decentralized structure is, which is a group of people that have like a common set of values, maybe not even a common set of values, but a common goal. Like we know we want to do something around this area. And then everyone goes off and they figure out their own ways to do things around that area. And sometimes where there's overlap, you say, "Hey, do you want to work together on this thing?" But just because you work together on one thing doesn't mean you're working together on everything. It's just like everyone, like it's a bunch of chickens running around, and occasionally two of the chickens start walking in the same direction. That's all it is. And it can work really well. Like something like Pork Fest, which is the greatest libertarian festival in the history of festivals, and everyone should come in June to New Hampshire to come to Pork Fest because it's awesome. Best week of the year. Pork Fest is a completely decentralized festival. Completely decentralized. But Democrats don't think that way. Democrats think very structured, very like hierarchical, in-group, out-group. And again, I'm not making a value judgment here. Obviously, I prefer the libertarian thing, but I'm not actually making a value judgment. I'm just saying these are very, very different mindsets. And so I can understand why there may have been conflict.
Look directly at Black Lives Matter and Antifa. When Black Lives Matter and Antifa are nebulous, undefinable things, they're stronger. When Black Lives Matter becomes definable, its founders take money and leave. There's tax implications. There's investigations by authorities into what's going on. If you don't have a leadership structure because you don't have an organization, then you don't have anywhere to look, because what is this thing if it's not defined? It's just this idea or concept. You can't attack an idea or concept because the next person doesn't know what it's the same thing. So anyway, there's this ethereal idea that's created around Rittenhouse, colloquially called LawTube. And it comes out of probably my stream and eventually having about 9 to 10 people on with regularity, which in hindsight, I think was too many people.
It was
to
too
be
many
on a show
people.
at once.
I
That's
agree.
my personal
It was
opinion.
way too many
But
people.
that's where it starts. And so there's 9 to 10 people on the show at any given moment, but you have a roster about, 15 maybe deep. Right?
Listen, I will say this. If her thing is that she's pissed off that Nick Rekieta wanted to stream the Johnny Depp trial, like, I'm sorry, man. Like, you're not the boss of him. Leave him alone. Let him do what he wants. Go on his channel if he invites you. Ask to go on if you weren't invited. But, like, don't complain because he decided to do it. She could have done it too. They could have done competing streams. I don't know. People can watch which one they like the best.
Right? Makes sense. You got a couple extra people because not everybody's going to be on all the time. So you have this thing that's created and you've got a group, and that group is a group of individuals. In LawTube's case, it's a bunch of individual creators. There's no structure. There's no profit sharing. There's no fee arrangements that I know of. And I won't do that.
Well, you can be a
Like,
dick in some ways and
you
not in
are,
others, but you're
you know,
cool
if
right
someone
now.
wants to come on my show, or if I want to have them
You're
on my
cool.
show,
I didn't
I'm gonna
block you
invite
or
them on my show
anything.
and they can come on. I'm not going to pay them to be there. And I would never ask an appearance fee to be anywhere else. I don't want to share of anything. I don't want to cut. I don't want to do that. That's not how social media network marketing works. Your payment is exposure. It's exposure to an audience of different eyes, or it's goodwill towards existing
There is enough
eyes.
audience for
So
everyone.
let's say, you know, someone
Truth.
used wrong word. Someone acquired a portion of audience because they came up and your audience likes them also. And so there's a lot of crossover, right? Well, you still go on shows because it's serving the community. It's engaging
Oh.
people with content creators that they want to see. So even
Fabulous,
if you're not
Sean.
courting some new audience, you're hanging out with the people who already like you. This is good. This is just good work. You're not always seeking a new audience. If you are, you're a cable company and everybody hates you, right? So you hang out with the people who you hang out with normally, even if it's somewhere else. And then you also go on other shows and have other people come on. It's just how this thing works. There's not like a bunch of fees in my experience. There's not a bunch of fees or payments and
That's the one.
and
Hang
if-
on. I'm trying to
if I'm-
understand. God, we're going to be here all night. You guys are going to keep sending me things to watch because I don't watch LawTube and I don't know what's going on. Okay. What, Andrew, please explain. What is this particular thing? Okay. What is this is the thing that everyone got pissed off at LegalBytes for? New Brangelina filings. Alec Baldwin settles. Hang on, let me look this up real quick. God damn it, we're gonna be here all fucking night. Gonna be here all night. Good thing I have 2 more beers. Okay, I do have that. That's from 8 days ago. How could that be the thing that everyone's upset about? That's just from 8. Okay. This is them talking about the banning. All right, so that's at 5 minutes. Hang on, let me. I'm gonna be here all night. It's gonna be. I'm gonna start playing this, and I'm gonna stop, and it's gonna be 2 a.m. All right, I've got it pulled up. Thank you, Andrew. It is only a 5 to 10 minutes of the video. Okay, well, let's watch this because we're on this now, and then we can maybe do that. Good thing I've got some knitting. Guys, mount that like button if you have not already to let people that, you're here. Why not? We don't smash the like button on this channel. We mount the like button on this channel. I have a beer. If anyone, I'm about to finish it, actually. Actually, let me get another beer. Hang on. I'm drinking Elysian tonight. This is from the Elysian pumpkin variety pack, which I highly recommend. The beers are really good. But let me get a pumpkin stout. Hang on. I have a little cooler because it was happy hour earlier. Happy hour is our regular drinking stream that we do on Fridays. So now this is an Elysian Dark of the Moon pumpkin stout. Cheers to everyone. If you're drinking something interesting, let us know what you're drinking in the chat. But thank you for watching. If you've never been to my channel before, I hope you stick around. If you would like to subscribe, I do content almost every single day of the week. We have Socialism Saturday tomorrow. Socialism Saturday is where we watch socialist content. It's crazy. Much different than this. Far crazier than this. If you've never been to Socialism Saturday, come to the channel 6 o'clock tomorrow. Your mind's going to get blown at the dystopian reality that's ahead of us in our future. But anyway, for right now, let's continue with this.
I asked someone to come on the show if they want to come on the show and they say, well, I'll come on for X amount of dollars, 99.99% of the time I'd say, I'll just do the show alone. I don't care.
That's the smart thing to
Like
do.
I
Never
do the
pay
show
anyone
alone
to
all
come
the
on.
time.
Don't do it.
I'm
It's
good
not
with
worth
that.
it. It's
Like
not worth it
I
at
bring
all.
on interviews because I'm kind of interested in them, but I don't.
That's the right
need
attitude.
to.
I agree with
I'm,
Nick.
I'm certainly fine hearing myself talk. That's the narcissism. So you have this group of individuals who do this stuff for themselves. And to me, that is where things should be.
I agree.
Because once you start to concrete things down into
There's some good
into a
beers in
discernible
Maine. Maine is a good beer state. Not as good
idea
as New
that
Hampshire, but it's
everybody
really
kind of
good. You got
agrees
Shipyard.
on
I love
and you
Shipyard.
adopt, you get what happens. So that's the important background from far away. Now, fast forward to recently, Johnny Depp trial has been on. We're in week 6, the final week of the trial. We've now gone through the final day
Ooh,
of
that's
testimony. There's 1 day
boozy.
left.
Boozy.
1 day left. And after all this time, there have been 3 predominant streamers. Emily Baker is kicking all of our asses.
I
and
need
taking
to.
names.
I need to go back and
She's
watch
doing
the Johnny
great.
Depp trial.
She is streaming
I never
solo,
watched it.
from my understanding. Then there is LegalBytes, who has generally had the second highest viewer numbers and the second highest super chat numbers of the top 3, so to speak, the main 3. And she has been having lots of the quote unquote LawTube panel on each day. And then there's me coming up in third most of the time on viewers.
Hang on.
And
I know this is beer talk. You're not here for beer talk, but Dan, I totally agree. I was really pissed off when Elysian sold out. I had actually been to their brewery in Seattle not long before they sold out. And I was like, oh man, this is going to totally fuck Elysian. But I will say this, their pumpkin variety pack is very, very good. The Punkachino, especially the pumpkin coffee one, really solid. Really, really good. So I don't think that Budweiser has screwed them up yet. But I agree with the sentiment. But what I like about them being owned by Budweiser is it makes it more readily available for a lot of people. And I think that's good. I think people should try craft beer. If you think you don't like beer, you just haven't found the right beer yet. Go to a great craft beer store. They will hook you up.
pretty much all the time on super chats, which is not a complaint in any way, by the way. This has been 2 of the best months I've ever had on YouTube. And I am sitting so happy that there's no, before anybody accuses me of any jealousy, I'm just laying out the facts of where all this is. And I have been running a show with somewhere in the middle. Typically, I have between 1 and 3 other guests on. So me plus 1 to 3 for most of the trial. And I found that to be a pretty happy medium for me. I like it. I like that number. I think for what I'm doing and how I'm watching this trial, it's a nice, well-facilitated number. But the cool thing is there are 3 big options that people can go. And then there are subsets down from there. But there have been these 3. And the idea about LawTube has really coalesced, however, in the middle around LegalBytes' show. All right. And she's bringing on new lawyers and new people, which is great. And Emily Baker is certainly considered as a member of LawTube by many, many people, right? And I am certainly considered a member of LawTube by many, many people, no matter how much I hate the moniker. But really that coalesced core right now is on LegalBytes' channel. And there's been some drama about that from viewers who probably didn't hear the multiple times it was explained. So I'll do that now. So again, there's no confusion here, but throughout the whole trial from the beginning, Alita and I talked about streaming this case. She said she wanted to do it. I said I was going to stream it on my channel, but I had no interest in like taking the panel or fighting over the panel or anything. And I have consistently encouraged people to participate in her stream. And then if they want to pop over to mine, great, cool. No need to do that. But if you want to, fine. I'm going to be streaming. If you want to say hi, come say hi. And I am 100% okay with that. That's how, and that's how we kind of have organized this. Now, some people thought
That's how it should work. By the way, that's like a decentralized initiative in action. Like people do different things. You go to the one you want to, but don't shit on the people who you might consider like competitors, because there's more than. And I talked about this earlier, but I know that some of you probably weren't here earlier. Like I don't believe in competition. I think that there's enough audience for everyone. There's enough people for everyone. And so I don't like this culture of like, if you like me, unsubscribe from this channel, or they said something I don't like, unsubscribe. I don't like it at all. And I don't like this idea that like someone can stream something and that means someone else can't stream something, or that means that like someone is obligated to do something. You're not obligated to anyone except for yourself. And so I like the idea of there being several different options. Watch it on whatever stream you want. Switch back and forth. Maybe so, like I think the competition, I'll call it, like, because I don't believe in real competition, but with quotes, like that can spur creativity with some people to do some really interesting things that they maybe wouldn't have done if there was no one else doing it. And it provides another option for people. And then let the market decide. Let them, like, people decide where they want to go. And just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you're following your heart, you're doing something authentic. You're doing something that, like, people will come. They will. They might not come the minute that you want them to, but they'll come.
that meant that she was stealing people. And I've tried to explain over and over, that's not the case at all in this situation. And there's no animus or malice there. Okay. So to be very clear on that, again, I'm going to tread through this carefully, because this isn't
Nightsin,
about
thank you for stopping
individual
by.
people, and that's what's at the core of this message. There's one individual involved in your success navigating social network business, and that's you. It's your name, brand, and business is always you at the end of the day. It's your ass hanging on your words. It's the only time ass to mouth is appropriate, because it's your ass hanging from your mouth.
Really?
And so
come on,
whatever else you do,
come
where
on,
you put yourself is
I know
where
he's
your
crude.
ass ends up. And that's
he's not
on
wrong.
You.
It's just crude.
So
I guess I'm not shouldn't be
critical
judged
thing.
that. I talk
So
about sex all the time, but
again, everybody else in this is incidental to what I'm saying. And so even though there are people in particular situations, it's not about these individual people, because this will happen 100% of the time. 100% of the time, this will happen in an online community where money gets involved. 100. Okay? Run from them. Run from online communities when money is involved. Okay, so the
I just want to
specifics
say
of what
something.
happened today
Hey,
are...
God, I want to say something. Generally, this isn't about what Nick is doing, but I don't watch Nick, so I don't actually know how his streams run. Do you guys know how much shit I take for streams that I do where I say crude things and I drink beer? And Nick is like drinking whiskey and saying crude things, and he gets no shit at all. This is a double standard, goddammit. It's not Nick's fault. It's not anyone's fault. But I'm just saying, like, I'm really tired of getting shit for like making jokes about sex, like mounting the like button and drinking amazing craft beers on my streams and getting shit on for like, ew, how dare she stream and drink beer? Oh my god, she must be insane and a narcissist and all this shit. And it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. I'm not doing anything differently than anyone else. This is not about him. This is not about her. It's not about, these are me feelings, okay? This is my stream. There's going to be a group of people on the internet right now that are going to be like, did you hear that Carlin has been streaming since 5 o'clock tonight? She did one stream on one channel and now she's doing another stream. Can you believe that Carlin has been streaming for 6 hours? That conversation is happening on Twitter right now. I promise you that. I promise you that. And I'm going to say, yes, bitch, I have been streaming for 6 hours. It's my Friday night too. I'll do what I want. Cheers.
yesterday, time zones make this weird, but yesterday during court proceedings, right? There was a moment with a TMZ reporter and Elaine, the lawyer, where Elaine accused the TMZ reporter of seeking his 15 minutes of fame by coming and testifying for Johnny Depp. And he said, I could accuse you of the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client. It was a mic drop, taiko drum power move.
I mean, I actually think that Nick and I might get along. I think based on what I've seen of him, and again, that's not a whole heck of a lot, but I think that we do have like similar dispositions, and like I'm not in competition with him, he's not in competition with me, and so I do think that Nick and I would actually get along. Maybe we will have the chance to stream together someday. Who knows? But you know, he prefers Adam Kragler over me apparently, which I don't understand that at all. Like, I'm sorry. Like, Adam is way beneath Nick. He's way beneath him. I'm not saying I'm like the cat's meow or anything. But like, come on, man. Like, he can do better. That's all. Thank you, Connie. I appreciate that. I'm not saying anything bad about Nick. See, always these simps coming into the chat. Like, this dude had to wait 5 minutes to get subscribed to my channel to chat this in. I'm not even saying anything against Nick. Jesus Christ. Calm the fuck down. Relax. Have a beer.
Move moment. And everybody reacted the same way. Oh, shit. Like, it was the oh, shit moment. It was beautiful. It's exactly the thing. It's like that's the dramatic, tension-breaking punch to the fucking mouth that you want in a trial. That's exactly it. It was great. It's exactly what you want to see. It was so good. Such a good moment that everybody reacts. Even like Elaine is sitting there with this look on her face. It wasn't anger. It was like, oh, I got my ass kicked. It was perfect. Now, over her shoulder on the camera was this guy, this shoulder, DUI guy. This shoulder, James from court. Two people who've been sacrificing a ton of their time to go into this, to stand in lines overnight and then to go into court. Now, they've been getting rewarded. DUI guy hit 200,000 subs today. I think 204,000, something like that. Subs today. James from court has built a Twitter account that has, well over 30,000 followers out of literally nothing.
Hang on.
So they've got.
Hang on. King Peter, I'm not saying this wasn't bad. Peter says, and King Peter can say whatever the fuck he wants in my chat. So on the statement of doxing is always bad, when someone fraudulently reports you to the state with the knowledge that the person you're reporting will receive the information, all bets are off. Peter, I didn't even talk about this point. I think that I don't have any problem with that statement. I think that what they did was shitty too. I think that everything that has been done to Nick Rekieta has been shitty. I think Nick Rekieta reading off the reports on his stream, totally fair fucking game, man, and he's got balls for doing it. We do not disagree. But just because that happened and that is bad, does it mean that doxing is not also bad? Two things can be bad at once.
Gotten something out of it, but they are still doing something that's really fucking unpalatable, which is going and waiting in line and not coming out with like an iPhone or something, right?
I'm not
like they're not going home to play Battlefield.
See, we're talking about beer now. I'm not the biggest fan of Voodoo Ranger, if I'm honest about it. I feel like I'm always more hopeful that their beers will be better than they are. I've tried their beers on so many occasions, and I always end up disappointed. Well, no, I don't think that what Nick did was doxing, though. I think that Nick reading reports, like, he's not putting people's addresses on the internet. He's not calling for people's spouses to have photos posted on the internet. No, I think that what Nick did is fine. It's Peter, it's all good. It's all good. I understand what's going on. No, but I really have tried to, like, back to the beer conversation. I've really tried to like Voodoo Ranger. I'm sure some people do. I just don't. Not my cup of tea.
After standing in line overnight, they're going into a fucking courtroom to sit for 9 hours and be bored. So they've built something out of it. They've been doing this. And when those reactions came out, that alerted some people in this LawTube community. It didn't sit well with them. Now,
Hasn't Adam been on
personally,
his channel?
I
I mean,
don't think
whatever
there's
if he hasn't. My bad if he hasn't.
anything at all, anything at all that was wrong with their reactions. There's nothing, there's no damage to integrity. There's nothing that James and DUI guy did that has anything different than literally everybody in the courtroom. And I think making any deal over it is just nonsensical. That's my personal opinion. So with that,
That's what I thought. He has
with
been on
that,
his channel. That's what I thought.
Alita for sure. And then I believe a couple other people. I'm not entirely sure on this, so forgive me if I misname someone.
And again, I'm not judging Nick for streaming with Adam. I think Adam's an asshole. But like, Adam is not like, Nick is so much smarter than Adam. It's a compliment for Nick. It's an insult to Adam and a compliment for Nick. Okay? I guess I'm just saying that, like, I don't understand sometimes why very smart people position them like Nick streams with very smart people like all the time, right? I don't understand sometimes why very smart people position themselves next to not as smart people, because I think it makes the smart people look less smart when they position themselves against not very smart people. And I'm sure, like, Adam does have ways in which he's genius. Everyone does. Me personally, I view Nick in a completely different category of intelligence than I view Adam. See, this is why I get in trouble, because I don't softball shit on my streams. I will tell you exactly what I think about almost anyone. Not quite everyone, but like almost everyone. I will tell you exactly what I think about them, and like, because I don't really care about being involved in content communities at all. So they can like it, they can hate it, I don't really care.
But I believe it was Kurt and Hoglaw, all three of whom I like very much. Believed that was maybe below the stature of a lawyer, and Law and Lumber may have been involved in that too. I'm not. Was it Hogan and Rob? It was Rob and Hogue, not Kurt and Hogue. Okay, so Rob and Hogue. Again, it's not about the individuals, right? It's not about the individuals. And please do not jump on these people. They are allowed to have an opinion about something. They are allowed to have an opinion that things should be a specific way. Okay? It's about what happened next. That is the problem. All of them are allowed to say, not really comfortable with that kind of reaction in court or whatever. But a step further was taken, and DUI guy and I believe James
Oh man,
were
hang on, Darth. You've got some great beers, man. You've got some great beers in California. Listen, there's a beer. This is one of my favorite beers of all time. If you can find this beer on Nitro at a craft beer bar, it will change your life. It's called Mother Earth Cali Creamin'. I've had this beer in San Diego. I've also had it in Los Angeles. I think I had it on Nitro in Los Angeles. Guys, if you're at a bar and you have the option to have a beer on tap or on Nitro, you always get Nitro, because Nitro is going to be like a little bit more beefy, a little bit more creamy. It just brings out the flavor a little bit more. It's like a Budweiser versus a Guinness. Like a Guinness is Nitro. And Cali Creamin', you can get it on draft, and it's good. It's a good beer. But if you get it on Nitro, bro, like, it's so good. Mother Earth Brewing Company, really, really good. You also have a brewing company. What the fuck is the name of it? They do a peanut butter stout that's extremely good. You've got some great beers in California. There really are. There are really good beers there. So you gotta go to some craft beer places, man. You'll find some good stuff. Get like a good like coconut stout or like a nice peanut butter stout. Man. Is it Belgian Beaver? I think it's Belching Beaver. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it's Belching Beaver. I also had an amazing marshmallow stout in Palm Springs. Yeah. I don't know why I remember all this stuff off the top of my head, but I do.
Excluded from participating in
Yeah,
the Legal
Belching
Bytes
Beaver.
live stream. Now, I don't know, because it's become this LawTube center for this trial, if the Legal Bytes live stream is Legal Bytes or if it's LawTube on Legal Bytes. I don't know. And that's, to me, that's a problem, right? Like, so is it LawTube on this channel, or is it Legal Bytes plus people joining her? Which one is it? And I dare you to answer the question. I don't know if you can.
Well, why does it matter? I guess
Which
I'm
is
not
another
sure I
problem.
understand.
Okay, so whatever reason, DUI guy was excluded from this show because of his reaction. And then Legal Bytes said some words akin to, this is not a verbatim quote, but it's pretty damn close. When we send lawyers to a courtroom, we expect something better, more professional. I'm not sure where it goes, but the focus became from the external community, from everybody watching, focused in on these we words, we. So suddenly, and DUI guys seem to take umbrage with that, because he's like, wait, no one sent me to court. I chose to go to court. That
Valid.
was my thing to do. I'm doing my thing. And lawyers are oftentimes not like alpha male, beta male, alpha personalities in the traditional sense, not in the sense of masculinity, femininity, but in the assertive, self-interested, self-driven sense. You could call us narcissistic assholes because it's usually true.
Guys like my knitting.
So DUI guys like, wait, I do my own shit. Fuck you type thing. And this blows up into this nasty fucking mess between DUI guy and Legal Bytes. But more importantly, it's like the viewers who are watching this are sectioning off and fighting about it. I mean, there are Reddit threads about this that call me the Pope of LawTube, whatever the fuck that even means.
The Pope of Law, too. He should get a big hat.
There's all sorts of weird stuff going on in this case, or in this.
It's going to be a shawl.
But it clearly struck chords with people. Now, as for me, my policy has pretty much always been, I don't disassociate with anybody until they disassociate with me.
He does have
If
a
they
big hat.
disassociate with
Oh,
me,
I like him even more
okay.
now.
That's cool.
He's got some cool art in
by
the
me.
background too. This is
If they come-
this is the other reason I think that Nick Arcade and I would actually get along. He's got great fucking art. He's got great art. I love the art. Is that stuff like people send him? Like, I love the art. I really do. It's really good.
Come after me further, okay, well, we'll fight back. But I don't have any interest in disassociating with anybody. Networking is networking. People are, don't take this the wrong way, but other creators are resources for you, and you're a resource for them. You have ideas.
He knows
you
how
have,
to play the game.
You have an audience. You have all of these things that are useful to someone, and they're similarly useful to you. So burning assets doesn't make sense unless you have a good reason to do it. So for me, I don't engage in that.
Nick and I completely disagree on this point. Completely disagree. I love and relish burning bridges. I love it. I do. Now, I don't do it as carelessly as sometimes people think I do. But if I am burning a bridge down with you, it's because I've already burned that bridge in my head anyway, and I'm solidifying the destruction. If I'm burning a bridge with someone, it's because that person has pissed me off in a pretty much irredeemable way. Or it could be redeemed, but that person's going to be coming to me with a pretty epic fucking apology for whatever the fuck they did. And I'm pretty like generous with people when I actually view that like yo, Carlin, I fucked up. I'm sorry. Like, it really doesn't take much more than that. Like, I'm very generous with chances. But if I'm burning, I have no problem burning a bridge at all. And I actually think that a lot of clarity is developed when you burn bridges. And I don't have an issue with it. I don't. Now, does that make things a little bit harder for me sometimes? Well, sure. But I also think it's like it's just more real and genuine and authentic to what the situation is. And that to me is more valuable than potentially getting in front of that person's audience again. Yes, Peter, this is exactly correct. If I foresee a future relationship, I won't burn the bridge. Or not even a future relationship. If I'm ambivalent about you, or like oh god, I coughed into the thing. Sorry. I don't know why I'm randomly coughing into the mic. If I'm ambivalent, or like I'm like, whatever, I don't feel either way, or like maybe there's the potential of a future thing, I won't burn the bridge. I am just clear and decisive when there is absolutely no future, and I will tell people why, because I get fucking asked about it. Like, do you guys know how many times I got asked about Adam Kraegler before I finally did the stream saying, this is why I don't go on Adam's channel anymore and never will again, and fuck him right in the ass, I don't give a fuck. I got asked about it so many times. So many times. And yeah, it sounded like a good hit, except I wasn't smoking anything. I'm not smoking anything, you can see it. Maybe it's the incense that was like the smoke was like wafting it. But anyway, I disagree with Nick on this point, though I understand why Nick holds the position that he does, because many people hold that position and it's a perfectly respectable position to hold. I just happen to disagree with it.
And my policy is the same. So I let DUI guy know very politely that he's welcome to come on my show during the and report on the jury stuff. And he eventually did. He ran his own stream for a while, probably because of all the bullshit that was going on. But he did come on the show. James from
I will say this for Adam. Adam is absolutely a better singer than Tim. Now, what I appreciate about Tim is I love that he's putting his music out there. I mean, listen, the guy clearly has a passion for it. His music isn't my particular cup of tea, but like I think that it's very cool of him to put it out in the way that he is, and I'm glad he's having success with it. Adam is a significantly better singer than Tim, though. I do agree with that.
Court came on the show, had them on, had their reporting, very appreciative of it. It was great. So that's how I do things. But all day you've had this specter over LegalBytes' channel, and people really, really angry with her to the tune of something like she's been gaining 6,000 subs a day and lost. I think she gained about 2,000 and then lost about 8,000.
Wow.
I don't know where it's at right now. I don't know that that's important. I mean, I guess I could look. It's pretty stable at that number. So she ended up at a net negative 6,000 from what I saw today. So a lot of people have reacted very, very negatively towards this. Didn't like it.
I will say this, though. If you're gaining 6,000 subs a day and one day you lose 6,000 subs, like, if you've been gaining 6,000 subs a day, like, consistently, a necessary sacrifice for people who are going to unsubscribe if you say something they don't like? Maybe. I hate this idea of pandering for subs. Like you guys saw me earlier. Some guy in the chat was like, I guess I'll just unsubscribe now. You know what the first thing I did? I blocked his ass so he can't come back. Now, some people disagree with that. I understand why they disagree with that. But again, like you know, I'm not gonna say, like I said, like there was a time when I lost like 4,000 subs in like a week when I was getting attacked by white identitarians and conservatives were behaving like lunatics. So I understand the pain of it, but I wouldn't have actually worried about it that much. Mommy, just because I haven't had time to catch a live in forever. Thank you, Mommy. I appreciate it.
Didn't sit well with them. And what didn't sit well? I mean, I think you guys know. I think you know what someone says, Jesus Christ, the Spectre over her channel, get a grip. Pig Riser, it's been all day. All day, people have been talking about this fucking thing. During the last day of the Johnny Depp trial, a big portion of the people watching
Do your thing, Vampire King Darkness. No judgment from me.
3 streams have been talking about this, and thousands of people have taken an adverse action to it. So yeah, I would say Spectre over the channel. There's a Spectre, not like Spectre, like my Discord moderator. Spectre, is he even a moderator? I don't even know. Not like Spectre from my Discord. That would be autism over the channel. That's not happening. This is something else. There's a funk and a fug about it. It sucked the energy out of a lot of people, and this like hashtag justice for DUI guy thing takes over.
Oh, for
it's very
fuck's
distracting
sake.
from everything, right?
People are so
And
dumb.
the reason that this bothered so many people is because now we've created an in-group and an out-group,
God.
and we've nominated,
That's why I don't
for
want
lack
anything
of a
to do
better
with any of
word,
this.
an enforcement arm. This is the problem. Someone has been disciplined from a group of individual creators. How the fuck do you even discipline someone?
Well,
like what is that?
Hang on.
And there was discussion about it, and some
Hang
people
on.
had agreement.
Sorry, I had to get to a good part with my knitting. So, okay, but here's the thing. So I don't disagree with what Nick is saying, but at the same time, LegalBytes is allowed to have on her channel who she wants to have on her channel. That's what voluntary association is. And so, like has he been excluded? Has a DUI guy, and again, I don't even really know who that is, but like, has DUI guy been excluded from her channel? Well, it's her channel. She's allowed to have on who she wants. That doesn't preclude Nick from having DUI guy on his channel. It doesn't preclude anyone else from having him on his channel. But like, if LegalBytes is saying, Nick, you can't have DUI guy on your channel, that's kind of like a bullshit thing to do because it's not your channel. But like, I would understand it if it was just like, I'm not comfortable with having you on my channel. Okay, well, that kind of sucks, but like, whatevs. But if she was going to Nick, you can't have DUI guy on your channel. That's like a whole other thing. If I was Nick, I'd be like, what the fuck? Fuck you. No. So I think it's just, I do think that part of this is again, it's like, Nick is obviously libertarian. Nick understands this. I can tell. He gets decentralization. It doesn't sound like LegalBytes does. Which is like a libertarian Democrat, like philosophical, like organizational thing that is just culture within those two groups. Connie, thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it. Thank you for dropping by. So like, yeah, I mean, if she made it her mission, so like, okay, so with the bullying that I've experienced, here's the thing. Like, I have had people, Carrie fucking Smith, fuck you, Carrie. I've had, like, Carrie Smith has reached out to multiple creators privately and has said, you can't have Carlin on your channel because she's a narcissist and a psychopath and me. I have this whole horde of people who reach out to other people privately saying, you can't have her. If you have her on your channel, we're going to cancel you. That's real. That's the bullying that I've experienced. And that is bullshit. I'm sorry. I've had like Carrie Smith and her little band of merry men, like, get in touch with other activists that I'm friends with and I was working on projects with saying, you need to denounce Carlin or else we're going to cancel you. They've even said it publicly. They're not even shy about it. They tell people, if you do not denounce Carlin, if you're friends with Carlin, if you work with Carlin, we are going to cancel you. That's the type of bullying that I've experienced from this bullshit. And that's unacceptable. And if that's what happened to DUI guy, I would absolutely agree that that is unacceptable. If someone doesn't want to have you on their channel, that's one thing. If a horde of people, or even just one singular person, is running around trying to say, if you don't exclude this person and isolate them, then we're going to cancel you. That's a woke leftist cancel mom, man, if I've ever heard one.
Over it, and other people disagreed, but for lack of a better word, DUI guy was disciplined for reacting in court in the way that the entire gallery reacted. I
Yeah,
cannot
it didn't sound
say
like
that a
I want to
jur-
say it didn't sound like that was the case. I'm just explaining what happened to me and you know, how I see things. That's all. I wasn't insinuating that it happened to him.
juror looks at DUI guy going and is swayed by his facial expression over everyone around him making the same expression. So I'm not sure what the issue is.
So why doesn't Nick have him on to have his back? That's
So
what
with
I
that
would
said,
do.
Now we've got
That's
this
what I
thing.
would do.
So what do we say about it? Oh, and let's get to this one other thing that kind of plays into this, or that plays into this. Actually, I think very heavy.
I haven't seen
Let's
it
see.
before. I don't watch LawTube.
Where was I'll explain this fucking tweet. Okay. So here's the LawTube top 10.
Guys, in case you just joined the stream, the reason that I'm watching this video from May and you may have just joined the stream, so you may not have known this. I just watched LegalBytes video on bullying, which she made some really good points that I did agree with, and generally speaking, I completely understand her perspective. But one of the things that she did that I did not appreciate was she showed a clip of this video from Nick to say, Nick did a reaction stream to me or something like that. And she didn't play any of the video. So I didn't actually see any of the video. And so I was like, what the fuck did Nick say to piss you off? And so now we're watching this because I wanted to know what was said. This is my own curiosity at this point. That's what we're doing.
2022 winners, right?
He's not even talking
Emily
about
Baker,
her.
Nate Brody, David Freiheit, Viva Frey, Larry Foreman, DUI guy, Robert Jovia, is formerly Robert Gruler, Joe Neerman, Good Logic, Alita, LegalBytes, Rob, Law and Lumber, Nick Ricada Law, Ian Runkle the Bailey. Now this thing came out a little while back. It did not receive a bunch of attention. I just ignored it. Someone, it's nice. Someone put you on a.
She is not a victim of this video. Does he talk about her again?
Cool. Whatever.
Like,
but
he didn't even play any of her video.
Here's the.
I still don't even know what's going on. I know this is like inside politics
update.
Stuff. But...
The LawTube Top 10 Award Committee.
Wait, are you fucking shitting me?
Come on now.
Wait, are you fucking shitting me? Are you shitting me? So this is the bullshit that I don't want to be involved in at all. This is why I have just veered away from everything YouTube related except focusing on my own shit. So wait, someone gave out a fake... Oh, let me see if I've got this right, okay? Someone gave out a fake award that they made up to say, here is the LawTube Top 10. Completely made up thing that someone just invented and made a graphic saying, here are the top 10 LawTube people. Okay, fine, whatever. And then this thing happens with DUI guy that ruffled LegalBytes' feathers because he had an expression on his face. And then she disinvited him from being on her channel. And then that created drama. And then based on that, the fake award that was made up was rescinded? What the fuck? It's not real. It's not a real thing. It's a graphic on Twitter. Why are you people why is this even important? We are traveling at light speed down a path to Marxism, completely taking over this fucking country, and you're worried about a fake award on Twitter? Oh my god. It's not a real award. It's not fucking okay. We just need to
Was recently made aware of an incident involving one of our 2022 winners. An incident?
Thank you, King
Members
Peter.
of the LawTube community reported. Who are these? Who are the members of the LawTube community? Is that the audience? Is that the streamers? Like, what even is that? That one of our winners made an outburst, underlined, while it's a link, I guess, while seated in the gallery of the Depp versus Heard trial. If the allegations are true, they may have violated the judge's order,
Oh, for fuck's
reflecting
sake.
poorly on the LawTube community. Fucking kill me.
I agree, Nick.
Immediately.
I agree.
End it all.
I agree.
What is this shit?
Nick, you and I are on the same fucking page.
What is this shit? Out of an abundance of
What
caution,
the fuck?
the award committee has decided to revoke their award. However, the individual will remain eligible for future awards
It's
so long as
not
they refrain
real.
from future outbursts. The good news is that we get to name Richard Hogue to the 2022 LawTube Top 10.
God.
Hey, yay.
This
I'm
is the
sure he's happy
stupidest
about
thing
that.
I have ever seen.
Real quick, to dispel
Hang on. I watch a lot of stupid shit on my channel, all right? At 6 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to watch socialism. Real socialism, not the fake socialist crap that they talk about on Twitter. We're going to watch real socialism. I watch a lot of stupid shit on this channel. This is about the stupidest thing I have ever heard in my life. These are lawyers? Who gave out this award? These are lawyers? There are no serious adults anywhere. It is issues like this that has led to me reaching full on I don't give a fuck status, because I just can't play into these things and pretend that I think they are real and valid when I do not think they're real and valid. A made up fucking Twitter award about an unofficial group of streamers that is rescinded because you don't like someone's facial expressions? What the fuck is wrong with you? Can you please have some perspective? Can you please go out into the real world and try to survive in the real world before you get your panties in a twist over made up awards? My God.
To dispel this immediately, I can basically guarantee you.
I wrote an article the other day on artofthetrigger.com, which is my fantastic new thing that I'm doing. And I basically I explained to people that real life is like high school. Real life is like high school with more money and more access to things and better drugs. That's what it is. Real life is like high school. And this is the most high school thing I've ever heard in my life. How did I end up in this situation? I just don't even know. I don't even know. Okay, let's keep going.
That Richard Hogue had nothing to do with this.
Jesus Christ.
All right. And I'm pretty sure that LegalBytes and I can't think of a single person on this list who would have anything to do with this paragraph at all. But it immediately makes Richard Hogue look bad, which is Richard and I get along. We have probably some pretty interesting disagreements, like politically and stuff like that. We get along great. I respect him. He respects me. Everything's fine. Wonderful. I don't think he wanted this at all. But look at what has happened now. Look at what has happened. Now there's this weird fucking thing. So here's back to my tweet. Please immediately remove me from this list. And people
Good for him.
Misunderstand.
Nick
why.
Rekieta is an adult.
I'm gonna tell you.
I liked Nick Rekieta before. I like him a whole lot more now.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Good for him.
It has nothing to do with the people in the LawTube group. I like all of them. I like them all. They're great. Couple, Runkle's in the chat, Robert Barnes in the chat. All these people are a collection of education.
I don't like Robert Barnes. I'm going to tell you why I don't
and
like Robert Barnes. Now, it has nothing to do with his knowledge because I think he's very smart. Robert Barnes blocked me on Twitter over the stupidest possible thing imaginable. Where one day, out of I barely even looked at Robert Barnes's Twitter account like ever. Like every once in a while I would, but like not with any regularity, right? Because it's just not stuff I'm interested in. But so one day in my inbox, I get this email from Twitter saying, you reported Robert Barnes for hate speech and he's been suspended for hate speech. And I was like, what the fuck? I never reported Robert Barnes for hate speech. I barely even look at Robert Barnes' Twitter. Why the fuck am I getting a notification from Twitter saying I reported Robert Barnes for hate speech? And so I took a screenshot of it and I fucking tweeted it and I said, hey, Barnes, FYI, Twitter is saying I reported you for hate speech when I didn't report you for hate speech, and they saying that they suspended you or something because I reported you for hate speech, but I didn't report you for hate speech, and I don't know why I'm getting this notification or what the hell's going on. And based on that, Robert Barnes blocked me. And I was like, you try to tell someone what's going on. You try to do the right thing, and it's like they block you on Twitter for it. So fuck Barnes. Like, whatever. Tried to do a good deed, and I ended up getting blocked on Twitter for it in like a reactionary high school way. That's all I'm saying. Robert Barnes is very, very smart. I have no problem with his intelligence or his cigars or any of that bullshit. I have a problem because I tried to do a good deed and he blocked me on Twitter for it.
Individual charm that is valuable and interesting and worthy of,
Oh shit, it's midnight.
Not one of them in the bunch
Jesus
that
Christ.
I,
Carlin has been streaming for
talk to
8.5 hours.
So,
oh my god, can you believe it?
It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with now I'm suddenly in a community that is deciding proper behavior of other community members and implementing multiple levels of punishment. Fuck off with that. I want nothing to do with that. And let's be really fucking clear on.
Well, no, because King Peter, I agree with you. I was like, Barnes just like, this is just stupid. So you know what I did? I reached out to Barnes and Viva and I was like, what the fuck? And you know what happened? Viva unfollowed me on Twitter. I swear to God. And so I was like, fuck you all. I'm not paying attention anymore. Goodbye. This is ridiculous. Try to do a good deed. What happens?
Something here. Whatever DUI guy
it was
did in that
disappointing. I
courtroom
liked them. I was like,
pales in comparison to what I say every day and every single night on this show. It pales in comparison. He had a ooh face in court. It pales to what I do. So why am I not excluded from the group?
That's a fundamental sense of fairness. I appreciate that.
This is the problem.
You can tell he's a libertarian.
Now we have a politics issue, a group politics
Some
issue.
level of libertarian.
Not a Republican Democrat. Now I've got a group politics issue. Why am I not kicked out? So I say to me, I kick me out. because I won't be involved in kicking someone else out. I'm not their dad. I'm not their boss. I'm not their coworker. I'm me. And I know this is a roundabout way to tell you this story and to give you this advice. And I've seen people say, get on with it, whatever. You are you, and your brand is you. And what you do with that brand, this is about success on YouTube. Jeremy talked about getting into YouTube success. Grab opportunity when it comes, ride it hard. I think you can pretty much tell several people in the quote unquote LawTube community have done that. Everybody's seen great growth. I've gained like 73,000 subscribers, I think. It's been phenomenal for everybody. We're going to talk about what happens next in a minute and why this is important. But it's been great. You grab the opportunity, you run with it, you ride it. It's perfect. You ride it like you called Amber Heard fat and grabbed on. So you do that.
I mean, he's like a really sensible person, actually. I'm not saying I'm going to start watching him, but like
when you get past,
I don't watch anyone. That's not a jab at him. I don't watch
now
anyone. So
there's going to be a bunch of people who want your success. I'm not talking about other creators here.
Well,
I'm talking about multi-channel networks. I'm talking about business opportunities that will get emailed to you, sponsorship things
that's true.
that come in. Just people asking to borrow your brand, your numbers, whatever it is, for a minute. And that's and you have to choose where all those things go. One of those things that will try to
choose
borrow
not to do
from
them.
you is an online community.
Well, I didn't choose to do them.
And in this case, this is an online community that involves money. And anybody watching along should realize that there's a ton of it at stake here, right? Like, I don't think it's any secret that the streams that people are doing are very profitable. It's a numbers game. If you have 70,000 people watching a stream, you're going to get a lot of people contributing by super chats just as a percentage. So there's a lot of money involved in that. And there's a lot of views to be had and spread around. There are people, Rob, Law and Lumber, he just created a channel. Last month? Is he over 100,000 subscribers? His first video is 500,000 views, I think. No, wait, it might be over 1 million views.
Good for them.
Law and Lumber. He's his first video is 1.2 million views. He's 129,000 subscribers. Dude created his channel a month ago. His subsequent videos, 171,000, 137,000, 279,000, 154,000. Very quickly, he's making pretty decent cash on this side gig. It's great, by the way. That's a wonderful thing. But the potential to jump into this thing and pop up is clearly apparent to anybody who's looking. Okay. So these communities have this risk. God, it's going to sound so fucking awful. And I'm not putting this on anybody, of parasitism. Because there's symbiosis in collaboration. But in my opinion, there's parasitism in community, not from an individual to another individual, but from the community taking in from the individuals and then distributing out to the community. It sounds like something that I don't typically like, right? It sounds like something I'm not a big fan of, which is
this is not
communism.
that big of a critical video of her.
Sounds like you're taking away, and it's weird because you're not actually like taking anything. There's no contribution of money, but it's this time. It's this time and brand that gets lent into a thing, and that can be fine. You might value that. It could be a nice.
I strongly
leverage
doubt
point
I'll
for
ever
you.
go
It could
on,
be
but
a
I don't know.
support
Maybe
network.
like
It could be a growth network.
I strongly doubt I would ever go on just because of like the chat thing and because like I don't like. I don't know. It has nothing to do with Nick. I actually like Nick. Like I said, like I'm enjoying listening to this. I'm enjoying listening to his perspective. I actually think that we would get along. I think it'd be an interesting conversation. And so for that, maybe. The audience thing for me is a little bit of a trigger, if I'm honest. Yes, I have triggers too. Oh, they would rip me apart. His chat would rip me apart. His audience would rip me apart. Based on looks alone. And I'm hyper aware of that, and I know that. Now, is that a reason not to go on? I mean, you have to balance it with, like, what am I going to get out of it? Is the return on what I would get out of it greater than the cost to me mentally? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't, I curate my community for a reason, And, I'm not he's allowed to do whatever he wants to do. So, like, it's obviously his goal to, well, maybe this isn't his goal. Maybe I shouldn't say that. There are some people who really value the size of a channel because the bigger the channel, the more money they're going to make, right? That just makes sense. But like, there's certain aspects of growing a channel to that size that I do not respond well to. And yeah, if his chat requested he fat shame me, he would, and I would not agree. I would not be down for that. You know what would happen the first time he did that? I'm gonna leave the fucking stream. Be like, nope, not gonna get treated like that. If people think that I don't have enough self-respect to not be fat shamed by a channel that I'm going on, like, you haven't talked to me all that much. Absolutely not. Well, I would hope he wouldn't do it to me, but like, oh, I have to request it? Well, I certainly wouldn't be doing that. I certainly wouldn't be doing that.
Network. It could be all sorts of things, but at the end of the day, it's still you being
Guys,
attached.
so guys, we're after midnight tonight. I've been streaming for 4 hours, and this is my second stream of the day. I'm sorry I misread it. Everyone needs to settle down, okay? Everyone needs to settle down. Take a deep breath. Well, yeah, and this is something I would not want to. I mean, it's just like I had to sit through this on Adam's channel for 3 fucking hours, and it was like, it's just not worth it to me. It is not worth it to me.
to a thing. And once you're in a thing, there becomes this need to figure out who's not in the thing, who can't be in the thing. Because can everybody, like, for example, hypothetically speaking, can any lawyer start a YouTube channel and be in LawTube? Anybody?
Should I do rant streams in my locals? Special local subscriber rant streams? I'm a good ranter. I haven't been doing local streams lately. I just haven't had a reason to. I've been doing other things. But like, I'll do, if people think it's valuable, I'll totally do locals exclusive like rant streams.
Should the answer be yes? More importantly, should the answer be no? What the hell even is it? If no, what's the criteria? What's the purity test? What's the no
All right,
true
people
YouTuber
want rant streams. Okay,
fallacy
people want rant streams. Fine.
that we apply to it?
Fine.
How do you manage and regulate the
Fine.
thing?
Twist my arm, why don't you?
Because remember, no one made this. It's just happened. It was a happy accident of people getting together. But now suddenly it's a thing. Who takes out? What's the cut? How's it distributed? Who has rights?
Is he going to talk about her again?
As for me and my stream parroting a Bible verse, I will serve the grift. I will serve the grift. I like everybody I can think of who's in whatever it is called LawTube. I frankly don't even fucking know where that line is anymore. And I don't know who's in it. There's a
I'm gonna tell you what, if he doesn't talk about her at all again, and he just like did this thing kind of like off the cuff where he was like doing commentary on like a larger principle, and he only talked about her for 3.5 seconds, and she used that in her "I'm being bullied" video, bro. Like, LegalBytes. If that is bullying to you, let me introduce you sometime to the goddamn nightmare that I have been dealing with for 2 fucking years, all right? Because this is not bullying. What Nick is doing is not bullying. And it's quite frankly offensive to me that this would even, this makes me think less of her. The doxing thing, she won me over with the doxing thing. I was like, you are totally fucking right. I am 100% on your team, girl. And then it's like complaining about this. He is being genuine. He is being nuanced. He is being kind while asserting what his opinion is. This is not bullying. I'm sorry. It's not in any way. No.
bunch of new people who have come into and out of various streams. And I don't know. I'm not. And I'm going to state that right here. Which I don't know if that surprises people or not. I am not in LawTube. And I don't want to be in LawTube. Because I don't want anybody ever held responsible for my actions. Ever. And I'm not going to be responsible to answer for anyone else's.
God, we should get Nick to come
I
to
worked
Pork
my
Fest.
whole fucking life to not be beholden to somebody else.
Nick, please come
or
to
at
Pork
least as
Fest if
few
you see
people as
this.
possible.
Please come to Pork Fest.
I'm beholden to a terms of service agreement on a couple websites, and that's too much. I'm not going to submit to any sort of community thing.
You know, people who call this bullying, they diminish actual bullying. Katie Herzog did this whole hit piece on me where she wanted to insinuate that anytime I spoke in a tone, I was bullying. That's not what bullying is. This is not bullying. At all. People who think this is bullying would not be able to endure what I've endured for 2 years for a single day.
That it just doesn't work for me.
Guys, guess what? We can update the game board, though. Oh my god, we can update the game board on stream. Oh, we'll do that in a second, because after midnight. If you haven't been introduced to the
That's
game,
not
you'll
saying
be
other
introduced
people
to the
can't
game.
do it.
Congratulations.
If other people want to do it, go build it. And I wish
I just
you
gotta make
much
sure
more
Stepmom didn't
success
say
than I
anything.
will ever have.
I gotta check in on Deb's Twitter feed.
But I will just be me doing my thing because I don't have time to do someone else's thing anymore. So this is my official point on this. I don't know, it's some gay official statement. someone in Good Logic's chat says Nick is Ricada Law is homophobic in his slurs. I said being homophobic is ultra gay. This is my
Deb made
official statement on this.
Holy shit.
I'm not in YouTube
Unbelievable.
or in LawTube or
She
LegalTube
did. She
or
made
whatever
it.
it is.
Deb is the
I
only
wish
scorer for
all
today.
of them far more success.
Yes,
and I
Deb
pray
does.
that all of their decisions are far wiser than mine will ever be. I will always be happy with my modicum of wisdom keeping me where I belong, and that's with me. On that note, everybody from LawTube that I know of, whoever that is anymore, are as welcome today as they have been ever. And I value and
Oh, that's
appreciate
really
any
nice of him.
individual's contribution to my stream or invitation to theirs. So there you go.
That's really nice.
Now, and I'm almost done with this. I know this has been a long fucking monologue on this. And I really do thank you for this because
Guys, for everyone asking about the Twitter game, we're going to do an update on the Twitter game as soon as this wraps up. If you're not familiar with the Twitter game, stick around. It's a whole new other level of insanity. But I have the board ready. I have it. And Deb is the only scorer. And we're going to do our update live. All right.
look, a brief aside.
I just want to finish this up because I've committed to this. This is a 4-hour stream.
Jumped into YouTube from my law firm when I thought this is a risk, but I can make this work as a full-time profession, right? I chose that avenue and I jumped in. I seriously considered, I had to talk to my wife about it. I had to come up with some level of plan. I've been behind on that plan ever since, but I had to do this. This is my job. This is my business. When you run a business, and many of you are business owners, I know because I've seen the chats. When you run a business, you know that you think about your business all the time. It's always on your mind. This has been on my mind all day. So I thank you guys for letting me speak to this. But I'm trying to couch it as hopefully helpful advice and consideration for the many of you that want to get into this. And I think this is applicable all over the place, but I'm putting this specifically in YouTube. Here's the final point of this. The final point of this is that I remember the Vic case. I remember the Rittenhouse case. I remember everything I've done that has created the Comicsgate spikes. I remember these spikes and I know what comes next. Johnny Depp ends tomorrow, effectively. And then there's a verdict jury day. And then there's some wrap-up videos and some remembrance streams and a bunch of circle jerks and a bunch of little party poppers or whatever, or whatever comes next. And then it's gone.
It's true.
It's over. A whole bunch of people with a whole bunch of interest in this Johnny Depp case, and I'm talking high percentages, are going to go back to all the work that they have to do in their regular lives. And there's not a Johnny Depp case going on for them to care about. And there's going to be more cases to cover for sure. There's more things. I'm going to cover Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter, in his case, Judge Mommy. That'll be great. Lots of fun. But it's not going to be Johnny Depp. There's no way it's going to capture the nation like Johnny Depp has, because nothing has captured the nation like Johnny Depp has, as far as I can tell, since OJ.
Yeah, like what he's saying isn't wrong. Like I noticed, so YouTube really started fucking with my channel in August. I know the exact date, August 26th. I was growing at a clip on this channel until August 26th of 2020. And then YouTube changed something in the algorithm and it messed with my channel. But the real thing started with my channel the day after the election day. And that's when I really basically have stopped seeing any growth for like 2 years. I mean, I waffle up and down. Sometimes I go viral for something, I get a lot of subs, and then they like gradually go down again because YouTube unsubscribes a couple hundred people from my channel every single night, like without fail, religiously. And so what he's saying about like you're gonna have really high highs and then all of a sudden it's gonna be like boom and it's not gonna be there anymore. Totally true. And that's why the people who have success on YouTube long term, I think, are the ones who grind. They're the ones who show up every day. They're the ones who treat it like a job. I don't understand these people who are like, how dare Carlin stream so much? I'm like, dude, it's fucking work. Not that I don't enjoy it. I do enjoy it. Definitely better than like having a real job. But this isn't the only way I make money, right? but so you will have epic highs and you will have lows, and there will be times when things are really good and there will be times when it's stagnant. And I think the only way to be successful on YouTube really long term is to enjoy the highs and then be consistent enough about building out your community and using the opportunity to build out other revenue sources. Like I have like 15 different revenue sources, and I have that for a reason, because like I never want people to be able to cancel me. So if one of my if I ever get deplatformed off of YouTube, and by the way, I was one of the YouTube creators yesterday. I don't know if you guys heard about this. So YouTube accidentally sent out a lot, or AdSense sent out a lot of emails to people yesterday, basically saying your AdSense account has been canceled. I didn't see the email till this morning. But like, I literally was like, what the fuck? My AdSense account has been canceled. What the fuck is going on? But it's totally fine. It was like a glitch on their end. It's stupid. My AdSense account was not canceled. They were just migrating to another system. But it really freaked a lot of people out. And I guess what I'm saying is I have been really strategic about setting up multiple streams of revenue, so that if this YouTube thing shits the bed, and this is one of the lower earning things that I do at this point, like I have like 15 other ways I can make money, and it's just like not a big deal. So I don't have to worry about it. Right. But I think people who put too much stock in just YouTube, or they think that YouTube thing is going to be the thing that they ride high off of forever, it just doesn't work like that. You have to grind it out. You have to show up. You have to be consistent. If you want to make a career of it, you can. People have done it. But you got to show up and be consistent, and that's the hardest thing. And people really do underestimate how much time this takes, how much energy this takes. Like, I don't put as much energy into it as a lot of people. But it is not an issue to start a YouTube channel and do a couple of videos. Anyone can do that. But showing up every single day, that's a lot harder. And you really, if you want to do this full time, you can. But like, it's hard. It really is. It's hard. It's a grind. It's harder than having a normal job. It really is.
Now, there's some people who've been watching law longer than I have. Robert Barnes may have a different example, but I can't think of anything in my lifetime since OJ that has captured the attention of so many people, news outlets, and everything. There's just nothing fucking like it. Stuff that I thought would be like it isn't close. Rittenhouse isn't even close to Johnny Depp. So now I know a bunch of you will be here. Don't get me wrong. Look, we've been doing this a long time. I know many of you will be here. You'll be watching other trial streams and daytime streams, but the overwhelming majority of people are going to go away. And when they do, all of this instant subscription stuff, all of these numbers, I watched it happen during Rittenhouse, or in the post-Rittenhouse era. Those subscribers don't translate into ongoing views when the issue's resolved.
That's true.
And these big spikes in income are going to level off.
That's what happened to me. Like, people were following me because they were like, Trump, 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 Trump. And then the minute that like the election was over, they were like, okay, moving on. Which is fine. No shade. Because I always knew it was going to be that way, and I planned for it to be that way, and so that's fine. But it is like a lot of people don't. A lot of people think that it's going to translate. And listen, I've developed a great core audience from it. I have a great community. I fucking love my locals community. My locals community is the best. I firmly believe it. But it is a little bit of a mind fuck. So he's back on YouTube though, right? Like, why is he just streaming on Rumble right now? Like, he's back on YouTube, right?
And they're going to level off a lot lower than where they are. And things are going to get weird.
I think people are going to be fighting
things
over
are going to
money
get
and viewers.
really
He's right.
weird.
He's right.
In a community. And here's my analogy for it. A bunch of people have showed up to COVID with a shitload of hand sanitizer. And everybody wanted hand sanitizer. hand it out. You just hand it out. Me too. By the way,
Oh, we still
16,000
suspended for
people
2 weeks.
on
Got
a
it.
night stream is ridiculous, right? This is Johnny Depp. This is the product of that. During the day stream, 70, 80,000 people handing out hand sanitizer. When COVID's over, you want hand sanitizer right now? Everybody's got hand sanitizer. Who fucking cares? Right? It's gonna be
Listen, I really think that a lot of the bullying that I've experienced in the last year especially has been directly as a result of the issue that he's talking about. It's content creators who didn't take this seriously, who were riding high in 2020, and then 2021 hit and they were like clunk because they were riding the Trump train in 2020, just like I was riding the Trump train. I fucking rode the Trump train. Not as much as some. I never grifted to the Trump train specifically, but like I absolutely rode it. Like, let's be honest. And then everything drops. And then all of a sudden, people are in competition with each other. And all of a sudden, people are like, holy shit, how do I make money now that Trump has gone away? And I had figured all that shit out because I planned for it, because I, unlike many content creators, have built businesses and I know how this shit works. But a lot of people don't. And so I really think that the viciousness, especially that's been targeted at me by some people, and it's very like, it's so niche and stupid, isn't it? Because it's like there's so many people in the world, and it's like this one little tiny niche community that has targeted this shit at me. It's like they somehow believe that if they take me down, they're going to be more successful. And it's like, well, no, you're not, because you're not doing the things you need to be successful. But they believe that if they just take me down and they destroy my communities and they do this and they do that, they're going to be more successful. If my people wanted to subscribe to you, they would. But the fact of the matter is in the trying to destroy my community, you've pissed off a lot of members of my community, and now they're never going to give you the time of day because you done pissed them off. But they don't see it that way. This is actually very, I'm really glad I watched this, because this is a very clarifying stream for me. This is a very edifying stream. Oh, yeah, there's no money on Rumble. Oh, God, there's no money on Rumble. For most people. I mean, maybe it might be different for Nick, because Nick is one of the blessed. But for most people, there ain't no money.
over. The pandemic's going to end. And there's a lot of people who are going to be holding hand sanitizer, and suddenly everybody around them is holding hand sanitizer, and they're going to go, oh, okay. And that a community that is created with a monetary interest involved, I really fear what's going to happen if at the height, at the pinnacle, at the heyday, we start creating rules about who gets in and who gets out. Because that community will probably be valuable to people. Because when you've only got hand sanitizer and you need to trade it to someone else for, like,
you always got to hype
chair
and monetize when you get canceled. It's like a great time to monetize, because people are so supportive.
Find one. So all I'm saying to everybody out there is these online communities that involve money and business, you have to understand that your name in social media is you. Your brand is you. And however you run that is on you. For me, I will always run my brand as
I love the
me.
libertarians.
I
I'm
don't
never
have
leaving.
time or energy to be something else. I don't have time to perform. I don't have time to fake. And it's just me. And I don't want me to be looped into something else when it goes against what I think, feel, and believe. And I would encourage you people to look to the successful people in your lives, those who have built long-term success, people who have come up from something that is unexpected, and ask them if they're something else than who you know them to be. And I think you'll find the answer. So for all of you out there looking for advice on how to succeed in this community, not in this community, shit, in this world of social media, I should say, I can't make you successful because you literally are lassoing a bolt of lightning. And if it collapses on it, you're in for a ride. And if it doesn't, you're in for a lot of work that I hope you have fun doing, because you're not going to get rewarded for it. But if you do lasso that lightning and you make this into something, you need to navigate it with integrity to yourself. That's the most important thing.
I agree with him.
If you don't, you'll hate every second of it.
That's true.
And this is the business where you are not beholden to anybody else. So with that said, I'm going to stop talking about this weird, depressing fucking subject. And we're going to move on to shooting children, apparently.
Listen, come on, really? That was what she said, was like, no, dude, come on. LegalBytes, I got your back on a lot of the stream you did. I understand your perspective on a lot of the stream you did, but that's not bullying, man. He was perfectly nice. He was perfectly kind. He gave really sound advice. That, like, come on, dude. That was no Lauren Southern video. That, like, her video was no Lauren Southern video. That's all I'll say about that. I don't, like, again, like I feel like I have a really nuanced view of this. I don't think she's 100% right. I don't think she's 100% wrong. I do agree the doxing thing. You guys saw how livid I got about the doxing thing. She is 100% correct on the doxing thing. Completely. I have no disagreement with her. But on Nick, no. He did nothing wrong. He said nothing wrong. That was a really good talk. I'm really glad I watched that. That was really edifying for me. I really appreciated it. All right, guys, it is 12:30 in the morning. I was not expecting to be streaming this for 4.5 hours. I thought like 2 hours tops, maybe. So we got to wrap this shit up. But before we do, I want to do the Twitter game. So in my bullying instance, I have 4 people in particular. Now, there are many more because they have a whole horde. They created a whole fucking horde around me. And this is real. These people just sit on Twitter all day obsessing about me and every single thing I do. There are dozens of them in this horde. But it's led by 4 primary people. It's led by the good Christian town crier, Carrie Smith. It's led by the fame whore, Mike Harlow. It's led by stepmom, Deb Philman, and the Queen from England, who has no name because he does not deserve one. And so what I started to do 20 days ago now, almost 3 weeks, is I started to play a little game called Who's Harassing Who? Because these guys like to pretend they're harassing me, or excuse me, that I'm harassing them rather. But in reality, they're harassing me and have been for about, well, several of them for 1 year. Carrie Smith has been at it for 2 years, which has been really fun. And so here are the rules of the game. I would like 1, ideally all, but at least one of them to go 30 days without talking about me on Twitter. That's all I'm asking. Just 30 days without talking about me on Twitter, because they talk about me every second of every day of their lives. And so for every day they go without talking about me on Twitter, they get 1 point. The moment that they talk about me on Twitter, they reset to 0. This is very specific because it takes 30 days to create a new habit. And I want to do my best to incentivize them breaking the addiction that they have to obsessing over every part of my life. And so I'm just trying to do a good deed, man. I'm trying to help them out. Now, we are 20 days into the game, 3 weeks into the game. And you can see that scoreboard looks a little sparse, because they're all talking about me every fucking day. Carrie Smith has gone 4 days without talking about me out of 20. 4 fucking days is as long as she's gone without talking about me out of 20 days. Mike Harlow has gone 2 days without talking about me out of 20. That's his personal record. What is it, 2 or is it 3? No, it's 3 days. I'm sorry, I misspoke. 3 days. Mike Harlow has gone a maximum of 3 days without talking about me. Stepmom, 1 day. And the queen is our champion so far. The queen went 7 days without talking to me, but not talking about me rather. But it really built up over that course of 7 days, and the queen is now on like a week-long tirade, hissy fit, temper tantrum about me that is like never ending. He's being such a douche because he went 7 whole days without talking about me, and so the addiction built up, and then when it burst, it burst. So the scoreboard for today, and this is the first time ever, is that Deb Philman, stepmom, for the first time in the history of the game, is the only person on the scoreboard with 1 point, because yesterday was the first, she was the only one all day on Friday, which is now yesterday, to go without talking about me. Deb didn't mention me all day. It was fucking great. Not one single peep. I was surprised. But Carrie reported me to Twitter for posting a meme. So she got docked. I made a new rule. If you report me to Twitter to try to get my account locked, you lose all your fucking points. Mike Harlow talked about me. The queen talked about me. So they're all at 0 tomorrow. So today, our new game board officially updated is that Deb Philman is the only one on the board. If Deb Philman doesn't talk about me all day tomorrow, Deb Philman will set a new personal record for going 2 days, 2 whole days out of 3 weeks without talking about me. Let's all cheer Deb on. Deb, I know you can break the record. I know you can do it. I believe in you. I believe in all of you. You can stop talking about me. You can give up. I promise you. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. I believe in all of you. You can break this addiction. It's possible. Let's post our game board. Ding! And now that is tweeted out live to the world as a game update. I do this every day. Sometimes I do it at midnight. Sometimes I do it in the morning because I don't always have time to do it at midnight. Sometimes I'm doing other stuff. But today, that's what we're doing. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me for the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I really did. I had a good time tonight. Please mount that like button on your way out the door. Please subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. We'll see you soon. Bye.